Danny. I'm not sure if y'all follow him or not, but he's got a great podcast that's been releasing some awesome information on this show. So we're really excited to be tuning in and getting to watch this today.
Yep, very excited to be watching the strongest under 80 kilogram men in Britain compete on this beautiful day in the northwest of England. It's luckily we're indoors. It's quite grey and dreary outside.
Typical Britain weather, I've heard.
Very, very typical British weather, yeah.
Which is about 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit less than what I've been dealing with at home, so I'm not complaining at all.
But yeah, the first event coming up is the Max Log.
We will be opening up with about a 107 kilogram, so this will be pretty awesome. I've heard maybe a couple men, if they're pushed, may go for a new world record today. So.
Yep, we've had Dean McVie saying that if he feels good for it, he'll go for the world record, but he's not going to push it. It's not his priority today because this is the first event of 6, so it may not be the smartest idea to completely exhaust yourself on event 1 when you're fighting for this title.
Yeah, who knows how hard the weight cut was for him either. I'm not really sure what's not at weigh-in today, so it all depends on how that refeed's been going and how he's feeling going into these warm-ups. I know, just last month for PSL's Max Log event, I was not in any way, shape, or form after my weight cut to go for any type of record. So things change on game day, and I'm excited to see who comes and who shows up for this heavy log today.
Yeah, all of the events that make up this competition are very challenging, very taxing on the lower body. We've got a maximum log press, axial deadlift for reps. We have a max distance Husserfeld sandbag carry, farmer's carry, yoke into 2 sandbags, and finishing off with power stairs. So
lots of lifting from the ground to hips.
Yeah, and lots of these boys are going to be covering some distance today.
I will be honest, those Husserfeld sandbags are awful. So I picked the 135, the 300-pound Husserfeld off the ground yesterday. Cold, no equipment, ab cramps immediately. So these guys definitely have it in for them today.
Yeah, the closest I've come is I had a steel shield in a competition a couple of months ago, and that was bad enough. That was 120 kilograms, but this is 135 kilograms of sand that are going to be bearing down on your chest, making it difficult to breathe, difficult to move.
And like a typical sandbag, we're used to the diameter and the girth of the typical sandbag. This Husserfeld sandbag is large at the top like our normal steel stone, but it just shifts and adjusts like your typical sandbag, so it's like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah.
It doesn't slide into your little elbow crease very well. It doesn't want to pop up onto your chest very well because the sand is constantly wanting to push it back down to the ground. Not ideal.
But yeah, in terms of this log, you may notice when we cut over to the competition floor, we've had to chalk the mats because we found out they were quite slippy, and obviously if you're doing especially something like a split jerk on a max log, the last thing you want is to do it on a slippery surface. So the chalk seems to be holding up pretty well. Everybody seems pretty happy while they're warming up.
Yeah, everybody's pretty solid, and that's the thing about getting brand new equipment. It's like you don't realize what type of grease or oil may be covering those mats until you lay them down and you start walking across it. So new equipment, awesome, but there's always those things that you never know and can't really work until that day of the show. So make do with what we have, and it looks like it's working out.
Yeah, we've got people wearing the pit vipers. We've got quite high ceilings. Do you find a difference when you're log pressing in venues that have high ceilings or outdoors?
So I typically keep head neutral. And then I don't have very good vision. So in training, I take my glasses off typically. So I'm not used to being able to see anything when I'm lifting overhead typically anyway. So I try not to pay attention to the bright lights above me, or if like the sun's out. So sunglasses are a huge no for me. I'd rather close my eyes and just pray to whatever deity may be and then send it.
And in terms of technique, are you split jerk, push press?
I'm a squat jerk.
Squat jerk.
Yeah.
So explain what a squat jerk is.
So in instead of the one leg in front and one leg in back to steady myself, I just re-dip, catch right underneath the log, and it's more of like, I don't full squat still because I've been working on things, but so it looks almost like a simple little push jerk, but I am working on getting ATG or ass to grass on my full split or my full squat jerk, but I've been having to do a lot of knees over toes guy stuff actually to make sure that my knees can hold the load of like a 100-kilo log overhead in that squat position. It's not a very comfortable feeling.
Yeah, up until very recently, I've been exclusively split jerk because I sometimes get in my own head. If it comes to like a push press, I kind of fear grinding a rep out.
Oh, yeah.
So mentally for me, the split jerk has been kind of 50-50. Either you make it or you don't. But I'm trying to work on my push press because I think that some of the best log presses in the world. I mean, I can't imagine that if a world record is set today, it'll be done with a split jerk.
Yeah.
So that's something that I'm working on. You'll see a variety of different techniques with these guys today.
Rely on those split jerks. Like if you have the speed to get back underneath the implement, you're going to be able to push probably like 20 kilo more than a typical person might be able to, just because if you get underneath of it and your triceps are capable of holding that load over your head and you can stand back up with it, so much more effective than a strict press, so much more effective than even just a push press. So I feel like it might be easier to save as well. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody tuned in, if you're an ADL avid watcher or not, but Taylor Woods of Canada had to split deep on her first log attempt in Denver a few weeks ago. She almost missed her first attempt, but watching how fast she can get right underneath that log is just phenomenal. So I have no doubt we'll see that today with some of these men as well.
And even though this is a max event, I think the plan is to get through this fairly quickly. So as soon as a successful attempt is made, the athlete will rejoin the back of the queue, and it will be sort of a conveyor line of athletes. There won't be much downtime for these guys in between, which again may play into whether or not we see a world record today.
And I do think we've changed the attempts as well. I think the first two are going to be 10 kilogram attempts, so about 22-pound attempts, and then we're going to go to about 7.5, which is like a 15-ish pound for 2 attempts, and then a 5 kilo, which is about I don't know, 12-ish pounds. I'm so bad at this. But I know it was initially meant to be 10-kilo jumps throughout, but to help split the points and help make sure these guys can really maximize their overhead, they kind of decided to taper down on the attempts as we get closer to that world record attempt.
Yeah, and I've had the opportunity to compete alongside most of the guys that are here today, and I'm fairly confident that no one is going to miss the opening log. Unless nerves come into play or something like that, I can't see anyone failing this opening lift of 107.5.
Pretty comfy beginning. You know, everyone used to coming back out to the competition floor. I don't know how you feel about overhead, but I hate that it's always the first event because it is my weakest event.
So it is also my weakest event, but in that respect, I kind of like that it's the first event, because once it's done and dusted, I can concentrate on the things that I
excel at.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But no, definitely personally trying to turn that weakness into a strength. So
yeah, it takes lots of years of grinding and making sure you get technically sound and also just stronger. So it looks like we're getting ready to start.
Yeah. So first up, we should have Dan Ashcroft and Liam McConville. Dan Ashcroft is one of the favourites to set a new world record. He is one of the best log presses in the world. He has been plagued with injuries kind of throughout the past year or so. So some weeks he seems to be really strong, other weeks he seems to be suffering from these injuries and these little niggles. So we'll have to see what kind of Dan Ashcroft turns up today.
I'm definitely excited to see it. So hopefully, everyone looks really confident in warm-ups today. So I'm sure we'll see quite a few men hit these first 2 logs without any type of difficulty. But after that, I'm excited to see kind of where things spread out and who's capable of really pushing towards that top tier lift. I am really excited to hopefully see at least one person try and go for the world record, but that's just a spectator in me.
So Dean McVie can be a bit of a showman, and we've got quite a crowd here spectating in the audience and on the live stream as well. He will want to put on a show, and if he feels physically able to, there's no doubt in my mind he will attempt a world record today.
I hope you're right, and I hope he has it in him. I'm excited to see it. You ready to?
There aren't many athletes that compete with the intensity of someone like Dean McVie, to be honest.
I know, it's got to be intimidating to have such a world-class athlete coming out today, especially for some of these men, because this is a huge show. I mean, a lot of back home in America, we've got America's Strongest Man this weekend. This is the equivalent of that with the U80 men. So it's the best of the best here in Britain today, and I'm excited to see what we'll be able to put together. And I don't know a whole lot of these athletes as well as you do, so it'll be fun for me to kind of see what they're capable of and get to know them a little bit better. I have a soft spot in my heart for lightweight athletes as a lightweight myself, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I discovered the lightweight end of the sport a couple of years ago after years and years of watching World's Strongest Man on TV, thinking you had to be one of the big guys to do this sort of stuff. So as soon as I discovered that anyone of any size can compete in this sport
and have this high quality of a show, Luke and Rhiannon put on great shows over here in the UK. It's undeniable.
They do so much.
They execute, and they do so much for the sport over here, the weight class side of the sport, for the novice side of the sport, for the masters side of the sport. They are just all the opportunities, and this is a beautiful stage set for these men. So here we go.
Okay, here we go. First lifts of the day, Dan Ashcroft, Liam McConville.
Seconds to get their attempts in, so these men are calculating, waiting for that whistle, and here they go.
It should be academic.
Cleans are easy, and
See it, Liam's good.
easy. Not even
Yeah.
a sweat
Nice.
on that attempt for either of those men. This is what I love. It's just watching the hard work finally come together on the top floor.
Okay, so now we've got Connor Cowens and one half of the world's strongest twins.
We've got Connor on the left and Tim on the right for their attempts.
It's all about getting these first attempts out of the way.
Get those jitters, get that secured placing for that first event.
Easy for both.
Love it. I think you're right. I don't think we'll get any misses on this one so far. It looks like these men are making light work of this 107 log.
Going on to our next two athletes.
And speaking as an under 80 kilogram athlete myself, 107 isn't a light log.
Right? I mean, it's already over body weight,
Yeah.
so. We've got Finley and Joe going for their first attempts.
Here we go.
I love watching the different methods of attack in their 60 seconds.
Come on, make some noise, please, guys.
That's it, lock it out, Finley, lock it out, lock it
He's
out.
almost there. Got plenty of time.
Nearly there, Finley.
He's got to really make sure he recruits those legs for this lift. He's got it.
He's got the crowd behind him,
He needs more power in those legs. His
Just-
triceps can't do all the work.
just needs to really commit.
There we go.
There we are, there we
There
are.
it is. Nothing like a shaky first event, but
That's tough when you miss the first attempt to go back and do a second. It knocks your confidence. So to come back and
it
make
makes you question your whole refeed at too. Like, did I eat enough?
Yeah.
Am I going to be okay the rest of the show? Or am I completely tanked already at this first event? So we got another.
So now we've got Luke Phillips and Tyrone Jones. Tyrone Jones is a former Wales strongest man.
They are ready. No issues at all.
Good from Tyrone. Okay. Luke really needs this. Just
He's lacking a little bit of confidence to really make sure he gets that head through.
yeah, there's lots of
Getting that head through will help him push the rest of that way, but it's confidence.
Yep. Lots of noise, lots of lights. Okay, it's not today for Luke, but hopefully there are some good events coming up for him.
Yeah, and that's the best part about strongman. It doesn't matter if you win every event. It doesn't. You just have to be consistent and come back in on what you're strong at, and really make sure that you showcase what you can do when that event comes up. So, not everyone's good at everything. Thank goodness there's more than one event.
Okay, so now we've got Matt Neese and Andrew Keys. These guys have quite a friendly little rivalry. They're often head-to-head in competitions.
Do you think their pairing was done on purpose?
I do, yeah.
A little sneaky.
Yeah, I think it was England's Strongest Man earlier in the year. They were head-to-head on the Farmer's Walk, so...
All right.
Okay, we've got Adam Rumney and Dean McVie.
Do you think we'll be able to judge how Dean's feeling based on this first attempt, or is it going to be too light to even...
I think this is very light for Dean.
Yeah.
This is very light.
Too light to judge whether or not he'll want to keep moving forward. Oh, yeah. Almost too light that he threw it behind him.
Okay, we've got Adam Rumney struggling. Adam Rumney was a late call-up to this competition.
You take and you fight that whole 60 seconds.
100%.
Because you don't want to walk away from an implement thinking, dang, I had another 25, 30 seconds. I could have cleaned it and tried it at least one more time. And you just never know after that. But zeroing, you don't get any points for that. So it's hard to also want to waste the energy if you're not sure if you're going to get it either.
Okay, so now we've got the reigning Britain's Strongest Man, Tommy Chivers. And Kyle Scott, who won the UKNS Natural UK Strongest Man just a couple of months ago.
The difference in watching them both make easy work of that log, I love it. He's a very powerful.
Okay.
He's all by himself, Andrew Nicholson, and round out those first attempts on the log. Let's go.
Good clean up to the shoulder. That was quite a tentative dip, yeah. You've got to be so confident.
Half the battle is just mentally knowing that you are strong enough and you just have to execute.
But when you've got all that weight bearing down on your shoulders, on your chest, with your head back.
Yeah, these strength shop logs, as they are beautiful, but they have huge arm cutouts, so it makes the center of that log even smaller. So you have less area on your chest to spread out that weight, so it's right there just centralized on your chest, just bearing down. So we're going to do a little bit of a weight change up to 117.5 kilo.
So we did have a few athletes zero that log, but we move onwards to 117.5 kilograms. Quick change around as well.
I know. It's like a NASCAR pit crew. Don't know if anybody here knows NASCAR. I'm just going to reference all these American sports that mean nothing to probably half the people tuning in right now.
I'm sure we've got some NASCAR fans watching on the live stream. Okay.
There we go.
Easy for Flash. I think Liam's going to try again.
He's got plenty of time.
Up to the shoulder.
Oh. He's got those fast feet. It's so hard. Like getting under a barbell with a typical ollie lift splinter is so much easier because that bar is not daunting over your head as much as the log. So that's another reason why I will never split jerk to the log, to be honest.
Okay, so we've got Connor Cowens and Tim Daglish, 117.5 kilos. This should be light work.
Easy cleans.
Sick.
Yep.
Okay, nearly there for Connor. He's got it. He just needs to keep pushing, keep grinding.
Yeah, a lot of these men are choosing to push press and they're really wearing out their triceps really early in this event.
He's going to take a few seconds, compose himself.
I didn't wait for the down command.
Oh. I was so focused on,
I know,
yeah.
I didn't realize he didn't get the down until I saw him clean the log again.
So that's 2 reps for Tim, 117. So I guess he's got more in the tank. Okay, Finley had trouble with the opening weight.
And 10 kilo is a large jump.
Let's hope he's got his head in the game. Oh, that was a tough clean.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Like
he's trying to strict press.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to bow out after that. I think that's a fair decision.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to know when you're done.
Know when to hold them.
Precisely. I hope we can expect more of that over the course of the live stream. I'll try and set you up for them.
I mean, we'll just do a karaoke session mid-comp. It's fine.
Okay, so we've got Tyrone Jones, Matt Neese. Little wobble there from Tyrone. Matt's very good overhead. This should be good for him.
Oh, man.
Just.
Beautiful.
He gets the down.
I'm kind of thankful watching some of these attempts that it's not another 10 kilo jump after this, because that would get hairy. It is 10 kilos?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So I'm not sure Matt Neese has got any more in him than that.
Yeah.
That was very close.
They decided on 3 10 kilo jumps. My bad.
So we've got Andrew Keys, Dean McVie. I know this is very close to Andrew's max. Easy work from Dean. Andrew Keys, he's a smart strongman. He's got a game plan going into these competitions. He's got numbers he wants to hit, and he's definitely saving himself for the later events.
You can't come in just winging it, because it's not like most shows where you can look at the competitor before you see them get like this weight or this many reps on an event. This show, you have to go all in and just give it everything you've got and hope that is going to be good enough for enough points in the event. This level, it's hard to kind of play the mind game, so it's nice to have a good plan to execute.
Near miss from Tommy there. There's a surprise. Is he going to get it?
Man.
No. Okay. And a save from Kyle. Well, there's a surprise.
Yeah, that was.
There's a surprise. Kyle failed his first attempt, got the second. Tommy, so close. Is he going to go for it?
All right. He's going to try.
I think he's going to go for it.
He's just got to fully commit at this point if he wants these points. I think these are points he's already betting on. He needs them. There you go.
There you go. Wow. That's incredible,
Yeah.
especially after 2 good efforts, dropping the log on the floor. I thought he was going to tap out there.
That's the definition of a true athlete right there.
That's why.
Until the whistle blows.
That's why he's Britain's strongest man.
How did he make it look so easy that last time? I mean, that's how it should have looked the first time, but
I'm sure that's how he hoped it looked. Was hoping it would look the first time. Okay, so we've got another weight change.
up to 127.5.
That's a big jump. That's a big jump considering some of these almost.
Yes, watching some of the folks struggle in that last attempt, this is definitely going to be where a lot of men fall off, I think.
Yes.
So after this is big points.
127.
I wonder if there are going to be a couple of athletes that just
Don't go out and
Yeah.
attempt it.
yeah.
I think it'll be wise for the way some of them had to grind out that 117.
Okay, so we've got Dan Ashcroft, Tim Daglish. I would expect both of them to get this log. Hopefully that's not the kiss of death.
Let's make some noise. 111 kilos on this log.
All right.
Come on, let's get behind them.
Good
At this
clean.
point, this log is almost as heavy as their hustle. So
That's it. Good rep from Dan. Okay. Not from Tim yet.
Let's get it. Come on. You can do this. Let's get behind them.
gotta get those smelling salts. You know, every little pounds here.
Those.
He knows how valuable these points are. He's definitely going to give it everything he's got. Beautiful clean.
Nearly.
And this is where the outliers of push press to a split jerk is going to really be beneficial. The faster you can get underneath this heavy log, the more guaranteed the rep is going to be.
You can see guys getting much harder.
100%, yeah.
Our next two on 27 kilos.
What do you think he's listening to with the earbud in?
Let's make some noise.
Oh, yeah, Tyrone Jones, proud Welshman. It could be Tom Jones, Shirley Bassey.
Oh,
It's a tough clean. Tough clean from Tyrone.
woo, extra. All right.
Right, we've got Joe. Is Joe going to do this one? Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Looks like he got a little bit lightheaded there.
Sometimes it's smart to just walk away when you know
Come on, Joe. There's time on that clock.
the clean takes most of your energy. More than likely not going to be able to get a press off. But
Right, we've seen it happen in the previous round. Second attempts can work. Good clean. No, not today.
we've had one successful lift so far on the 127.
Yep, we got Dean McVie, Matt Neese. Matt Neese has got 130, 140 kilogram barbells overhead before. That doesn't mean you'll be able to get a 127 log overhead.
Barbell and log do not translate cohesively at all.
Right, this might be the first test for Dean as to whether we'll get that world record attempt.
Oh,
Easy.
Money.
Easy.
Beautiful. Man.
Yep, Matt gave it a good go, but not today. Okay, so we've just got Dan and Dean so far are the only successful athletes.
Are they going to stay in the game? Let's see it, guys.
Dean's got that look in his eyes. He's just next to us. He's got that look.
Let's hope Tommy takes what he learned from the last attempt and applies it here.
Let's hope Kyle gets this in one.
It's so nerve-wracking going from an attempt to where you almost miss and had to expend extra.
Easy clean from Kyle. Oh! Nearly had it. Tommy's looking a little shaky. No, Tommy's out. I think Kyle might give it another go.
Tommy's leaving it, but Kyle's going again. Come on.
Kyle's got that beautiful deep split jerk.
That was deep as well,
Locking at
yeah.
the top. He's definitely capable of getting this. It's just got to make sure those
Very
triceps can
powerful
hold low.
clean.
There's time. Let's make some noise. Let's go again.
And still got today.
Okay, so this makes it interesting because now we've only got Dan Ashcroft and Dean McVie in the running with 135 kilograms next. Then the next jump would be 142, then the world record. If Is Dean going to bother?
I don't know. I guess we're going to see how far Dan can push him. I mean, they're
That's
both
it.
still looking really solid right now, so I guess it all depends on what 135 looks like.
Yeah, we're going down to one log, so they're both going to be pressing on the same log. No longer head-to-head.
Give them a little more time to rest between attempts as well, which is vital. Last year, I had to do the Clash on the Coast American deadlift attempt, and with ESPN running everything, I only got a minute between my attempts. Yeah, it's devastating on your CNS and on just your mentality going into an event, knowing that you basically are going to pull almost a PR and then have to turn around and pull a PR immediately following. So giving these guys time to rest is crucial, especially if we do want to see a world record attempt.
Well, there is let's not forget there is a cash incentive put up by Odd Objects, Tommy Lavelle of Odd Objects, for anyone that does make the world record. So maybe Dean's after that payday.
I mean, just come all the way here and you're given the opportunity, you might as well take the shot. Just like Eminem said, you only get one shot, one opportunity. Seize the moment.
Is that the second karaoke break?
If I could quote a song or a movie all day long, I'll be set.
Okay, so 135 kilograms on that log. These guys weighed in at under 80 kilograms.
I can't even fathom. All right, we're starting with Dan. Let's see what he's capable of. He's looking strong today, so I have no doubt he's going to give this every bit.
Yeah, we look like we are getting the true Flash Dan.
The hype is real. Everyone is invested in this year. I wish y'all could see the crowd.
Come on, Dan.
It's a heavy log.
It was in that rack position for a long time as well.
I mean, you give me a log in pounds at this weight. No, 135 pounds isn't heavy for me, but it is heavy for quite a bit of people. So seeing it in kilos is just terrifying.
So we're at 297 pounds. Oh, he's going to do it.
Oh my God, that was amazing. How did he do it?
That's why he is one of the best log pressers in the lightweight scene. Well,
I like to call that a standing incline press.
that's definitely his favorite technique as well. That's how he does it. He's perfected it.
You get the log up and then just lean into lockout. That takes a whole different level of strength to be able to do that.
Whereas Dean McPhee looks like he's just trying to throw the log away. Just throw it up to the ceiling.
He's ready to match this because he is definitely ready to move on to 142.
Yeah, he's come this far. He doesn't want to fall short. Maybe just a little lightheaded there.
He had that look on his face, like that log is heavy right now. Yeah. He's got plenty of time to take a little breather.
He's got time.
60 seconds is a lot longer than what you give it credit for when you're standing on that platform. You want to use every second that you can to make sure you give your body that time to get this attempt. He's going back. He makes the clean look so effortless.
Easy clean there. There it is. There it is.
Easy.
Okay, we've still got two men in this.
If he makes 142 look that easy, he can easily take the lead on this event and at least pull the win out. Will he go for the record? Still not sure, but Tommy's up here ready to cash out on that payday, so.
I think with the crowd we've got here, I don't know if you can hear it at home, just the volume when Dean stepped up to that log. Like I say, Dean is a showman. Like, he wants to put on a show for people.
I know, if the crowd really keeps egging him on, I think he'll do it just for the showcase factor of it. just to try to go for it. Whether he can hit it or not, I guess we'll see how 142 flies, but
I'm pretty sure he'll at least attempt it. He'll at least attempt the clean. If it doesn't feel right in the rack, he might not bother trying to press it, but I think we'll see him clean it.
I'm here for it, literally.
And now obviously we've got to talk about Dan Ashcroft as well, because he's only one step away from a world record himself, and he wants this world record.
Do you know his current PR?
Not off the top of my head, but I know he has been in pursuit of, I think, 150
Okay.
for a while.
I knew it was somewhere near, but I couldn't remember the exact number. Me and kilos aren't friends, so unless I have to weigh in, it's the only time I care what kilo is in front of me. And just when I think I have the conversion, I don't have the conversion.
Okay, we're going to give Dan a couple of minutes. He's
back here.
getting a massage from the Theragun. Some heavy weights.
Making sure you keep your recovery between attempts is the same as your recovery between heavy sets in the gym is also key here. You cannot change anything up recovery-wise, because then when you look back on a miss, you wonder, is it because I did this instead of what I typically do with this? And I don't know how superstitious a lot of these 80 fellas are, but I know when I'm going for a PR or somewhere that's going to push me in a lead over other men, I know that it's all about staying the same. You don't want to change anything on comp day. So
No, that's when mistakes happen. If you try and change what you've been practicing in training. I mean, these guys on the log, over the years, they would have put in thousands of reps, and they would have made sure that each rep looked identical to the last.
class act of professionals here in this Britain's Unity show today. Of course, with a stage like this set up, it's hard not to look and act like a professional. This really is a top tier setup. I wish y'all could be here and see it. But I know once you see some video and we get the moving events going, you'll kind of see more of what the stage looks like. They did a great job setting this up for this weekend.
It definitely reflects the grandeur of the title and of the weekend.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw the pictures of the medals that they had made for these men. The first place statue is like up to my hips.
Yep.
Massive. All right, I think we're finalizing this in between attempts. And the dust is settling.
Here comes Dan.
Here we go.
142.5 kilograms.
The height is real.
315 pounds. Very deliberate clean. Trying that incline press again. Only 20 seconds.
Yeah. Glad we chose opposite routes there.
You're absolutely right though. 60 seconds when you're up on that platform feels like an eternity.
All right.
He's going to go for it again. He has to.
This could make or break the lead here in this event. Just one rep.
Okay.
Now Dean just has to come up, and if he gets this rep, he wins this event.
I think Dean's asking for an extra minute, which with these sorts of weights.
If they're going to spare me an extra minute, I would definitely take an extra minute.
So, Dan Ashcroft, Dean McVie, the only two athletes to hit 135. No one yet to hit 142.5, 315 pounds.
I would love to hit a 315-pound log.
Dean McVie, we're going to see 142 kilos. What do we think?
The crowd believes Dean's got it in him, so.
Now, Dean loves to shout it and share that energy.
And the good thing about this competition, these guys as well, I just heard Dan just shouting encouragement to Dean. All of these guys, even though they're in direct competition with each other, they're all behind each other. They want everyone to perform at their best, because ultimately you want to beat your competitors at their best.
Also, yeah, there's no point in winning when somebody does something that you know they're capable of doing more. So.
Okay, Dean being very deliberate. He's visualizing. Whistle's gone. If he gets this rep, he's got the win. He doesn't need to go for the world record if he gets this. Okay.
Let's go, Dean. Dean's got this.
Crowd are getting loud.
Taking the time wisely.
4 seconds to go, Dean. You've got this, Dean. We believe in you.
A lot on the line here. He wants to make sure he executes just right.
Checking the time.
He knows he's only got one attempt, so he's got to make sure.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
All right, here we go.
Good clean. Good clean. It carried him forward a bit.
He
Okay.
said, "Lights out at the top. I am not going to press that."
So we've got no world record today, but Dan and Dean have tied the win on that first event.
Big points.
So that was incredible. That was incredible effort from all of the athletes.
I can't imagine what that felt like after already doing 4 other attempts. Just feeling 142 in rack looked devastating for those 2 fellas at the end there. So
Yeah, so we've seen Dean posted a few days ago that he has actually made a 140 kilogram log, but that was in the gym on a training day. He would have chosen his jumps, he would have chosen his rest periods, whereas everything here was,
not ideal.
No, you have to work to the competition. So yeah, incredible effort from both of those guys.
Not only did we just do some heavy log work, now we're going to do some heavy axle deadlifts for reps. Another
Yes.
beautiful piece of Strength Shop equipment, and the axle from Strength Shop, I love the knurling. I wish we had more knurled axles in this sport, especially when you're going for something with reps and you're able to do straps. Not only does it hold your straps in place better, you know where the center of the axle bar is. Like, it mitigates any type of factor that would make you perform less than. It takes it away, and I love it. So I love how they provided all the equipment, mostly all the equipment for today's event.
So yeah, these guys are going to be pulling 255 kilos. It's 562 pounds. Okay, we have just had the scores come through. So tied for first place, we've got Dan Ashcroft and Dean McVie. We've got a lot of guys tied on third place. Kyle Scott, Tyrone Jones, the world's strongest twins, Tommy Chivers, Matt Neese. And then
Hard with a max event where the point split, it just gets rough. Every point moving forward, like if you can get faster than a second than your competitor who goes before you don't want any more ties after a max event because so many points get split up and it just gets horrendous from here on.
That's it. So this is an event for reps. The athletes are going to be going for as many reps as possible within a 60-second time limit. 255 kilograms, that's 562 pounds. And the axle bar. Tell us about the difference. We always hear about the difference of pulling a deadlift on an axle bar to a conventional deadlift bar or a...
And the bar thicker, so it puts the bar out in front of you farther than a typical deadlift bar or even a typical power bar that is also stiff like an axle bar. So your position and your pull changes. And then, like I mentioned before, it's stiff. There's going to be no whip in this bar at all. No matter how heavy this bar gets, if they were doing 300 kilo, it would be just as stiff with the 255 kilo. So it's going to be a lot of upper back strain for these men once they get into the middle of getting near double-digit reps, because with that bar out in front of you so far, you stop engaging your lats so much, it becomes more of like an upper back rounding and your traps kind of kick in. So that's why a lot of these U80 men look so big, because they're all so strong and then capable of pulling a 255 axle for reps is just massive for a U80 man.
Yeah, that's it. You're absolutely right about the stiffness of the bar. It's like you feel no weight and then 100% of the weight straight away as soon as it breaks the floor. For this event, suits are going to be allowed, so you are going to see a few of the guys in deadlift suits. Not everybody. I know the likes of Dean McVie doesn't particularly get on with a deadlift suit, but he's such a strong deadlifter anyway. I would expect him to be in the top half of the table in terms of reps on this event. I'm pretty confident we'll see some of the guys get double digits.
Oh yeah, I know the top 3 men are going to probably be in double digits here for this event, just because it's going to be the first true test of the posterior chain today, and I know they're going to have to save it for the rest of the events, but they know after splitting so many points in that max log that they're going to have to come out here and just rip it and start to spread those points a little bit better, so that way maybe they can run back to the sandbags a little bit slower and not keep pushing that posterior chain for the rest of this day. That's the best part about strongman, though.
Yeah, every rep is going to count. And these aren't powerlifting style reps, so you will see hitching. You will see some unique hitching. Are you much of a hitcher when it comes to deadlifts?
I don't do as well as a Derek Poundstone hitch, but I do tend to rely on my hitching. I have weak hips in comparison to the pull off the floor, so if it gets above my knees, I will get the lockout, but getting it past my knees is usually the issue.
Remind us what a Derek Poundstone hitch looks like.
I'm sure if anybody pays attention to Rob Kearney, because he was coached by the great Derek Poundstone on his deadlifting techniques. And it's where as soon as you get it above the knees, you set it there on your lap, almost like on the quads, reposition, re-engage those lats, and just slide it up to hips and to lockout and stand up with it. So it's basically 2 pulls in one, because you can re-engage your whole upper back and your whole upper body to, make sure, and then it almost becomes like a leg press.
Yeah, that's the technique I've kind of adopted over the past little while. I had an axle deadlift for reps. It was only 220 kilograms. Axle deadlift for reps a couple of months ago, and got 3 reps, which was a PB for me, and every rep was, get it up past the knee, rest it on the knee, take a breath, and then stand up with it. So you may see similar today. I know tomorrow, Josh Lancaster, he's competing in the Chaos Classic. He's a big fan of that style of hitch as well. But you'll see all different styles of deadlifting in terms of the reps for this event. So should be really, really exciting to watch.
And then sometimes, like me, when I hitch, sometimes the whole time, it's like almost like I'm having seizures up there. So I'm sure we'll also see that beautiful technique this weekend.
But as long as you get it from the floor to lockout,
it's
a good rep.
That's all that matters in strongman. We don't have lights telling us that if you go on a downward, you're not going to get the rep. We don't have lights telling us that the right side went up faster than the left side. It's just whether you got it from the ground and you got the down command at lockout. Anything that happens in between is fair game as well. So it's one of my favorite parts about deadlifting in this sport.
Yeah, should be an exciting event to watch. Some strong lads. And hopefully the guys that didn't do so well on the log will be able to get some redemption on this event.
And I do feel like that, unless you're at the elite top of your class, I feel like a lot of the men who are good at deadlift maybe not be so good at log and vice versa. So maybe some of the men that we saw struggle even with that first attempt on log will come out here and grip and rip this axle deadlift for, close to double-digit reps. So looks like we're heading to a commercial break here shortly.
Yep, we will be back with you with the axle deadlift for reps.
this idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said, or you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said, or you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do. Right there!
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or
attempt he has made, I think that was his 4th or 5th rep. This is only his second strongman competition.
Oh wow, he is doing very well for the event right now. He had those first 3 reps were just flew off the ground. Very comfortable in that suit as well with that, utilizing it to max ability.
He also suffers from Crohn's disease, and 2 years ago he was laid up in a hospital bed unsure whether he'd ever be able to train, let alone compete.
And just busted out at least 4 reps here.
Yeah.
At British Strongest Man under 80s.
Tremendous effort from Adam. He got a late call up to this competition, and he told me he was unsure about even turning up because, as I say, second competition, but there's no better environment to get experience and by rubbing shoulders with the best.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest things. That even if you get a late call up, just take the advantage of just competition and high level competition. It just makes you better.
Okay, we've got Andrew Nicholson and Luke Phillips up next.
This is where it gets a little more exciting, the head-to-head aspect of it. So do you like head-to-head, or do you like being solo on the deadlift?
I get the tunnel vision. I know what number I want to hit on a deadlift, and that's all I'm kind of focused on.
Yeah.
Do you ever look over at your
I listen.
rival? You
I listen. I listen for the bar to hit the ground. So even if they miss, I count as a rep in my head, so I know what I'm aiming for. If I get an extra rep or two, that's where I like to be. But these guys utilizing that ability.
Smooth pull from Luke Phillips.
Good, taking his time.
Nice one from Andrew Nicholson.
Yep.
Got it.
Andrew very methodical on this.
Yep.
He took his time to set up. Well, Luke is a little more aggressive out the gate. Oh, can he go over the knees? He's got his lean back, hips through.
So Luke Phillips
There we
seems to have
go.
tired himself out a little.
Yeah. He came out very fast out the gate.
It's one of the things about these full reps events. You need to pace yourself. You don't want to work yourself so hard in the first 20 seconds that you've got nothing left for the back half of the time.
Correct. That's one of the hardest things with these, though. The adrenaline's right running through your brain. You're moving as fast as you can, especially coming off a max event. Just to change that mindset to go into reps, it's a lot about. I really liked how, that Andrew, how he reacted to it.
Yeah.
He would took probably the first 5 to 10 seconds to compose himself. He had a number he knew he could hit, and he wanted to make sure that was the number he hit.
And that will be the case for our next two guys, Andrew Keys and Connor Cowans. Andrew Keys, I said earlier, he's very methodical when it comes to competition. He knows exactly what he's capable of. He knows exactly what he wants to do. This is a weight that, up until recently, I think was a personal best.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of his trainings. One of the few that especially the earlier crowd I've seen so far, that I know pretty well. I keep an eye on, because it's always good to keep an eye on the 80s around me. And he's someone that's on the come up. I just hope he doesn't get his head too much.
Okay, so Connor Cowan is letting the whistle go before he straps in. He obviously knows he's not banking on a lot of reps. Solid one from Andrew.
Andrew's taking the one.
Okay, now Connor's going.
Yep.
Those first two were smooth.
He's in the rhythm.
I wonder if Andrew's feeling a bit lightheaded, a little bit dizzy. That's why he took that step back.
But unstrapping just takes up so much time. I think going down to one knee or something like that would have been a better.
Okay,
No.
Connor's hit his number, and I think that's it.
Yep. Again, athletes knowing their plan, especially with the next event coming up being a max sandbag carry. I think it's very important to know what you're capable of and know what you can leave in the tank on this event. You don't want to miss a rep on this event with the next event coming up.
I think Andrew will be happy he got a rep.
Yep.
And the next event is one of his favorites. He does love a carry for distance.
This is one of the ones I'm excited to look for in this one.
Okay, Liam McConville and Finley Mercer.
Yep.
Finley Mercer coming from powerlifting. Liam McConville, the world's strongest zookeeper.
Oh. Well, let's wait on Finley here. There he goes.
Liam took it very personally that I overlooked him on an axle deadlift for reps event a couple of months ago in one of my predictions videos.
Finley also a great deadlifter.
So this should be a good battle.
Yeah, they're strapping in and looking ready. I believe this is Finley's best event of the day. And it looks like it right there.
Wow, that was quick from Finley.
Yep. Very explosive off the floor. Very controlled on the way down.
It's almost like a metronome.
Yep. There we go.
Okay, Liam's taking a break.
Yep. Beautiful pacing he has right there.
Finley taking a breath at the top of the rep.
That's an interesting tactic. Maybe the suit's really tight on him. And that's why I believe he feels the most airflow when he's standing vertical.
He's got 20
seconds to go.
I think he's going to go for another. If he knows this is his best event,
He needs
This
to,
is
he
his
needs
time.
to go. This is where he needs to go.
This is his time to shine.
Yeah. The problem right now is that suit is restricting his breathing so much that he can't get the proper bracing he needs to continue.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing about suits and rep events.
Do you wear a suit?
I personally, if I'm doing a rep event and it's heavy, I like briefs. Being a very good deadlifter that I am, I understand the difference between the two. I usually actually don't use a suit when I max normally. I don't know them as well as a lot of other people do. But I would be using briefs on this event personally for that reason.
Yeah.
Because his pace was good, he just could not keep his oxygen flow up.
Great work from Finley there.
That was beautiful. Those first few reps just flew off the floor. All right, Tyrone Jones and Kyle Scott.
Kyle Scott recently won the UKNS UK's Strongest Man tested pathway competition.
Did pretty well in the log, both of these gentlemen. So they're this is about the middle of the pack, sitting well.
Yeah, Tyrone, former Wales Strongest Man, under 80 kilograms.
Adjusting his glasses to be sure.
Nice work from Kyle.
Good.
And from Tyrone.
Using those long leverages that he has.
That axle bar is hanging deep in Kyle's hands.
Yeah. He's barely keeping his hands on that.
His thumbs are touching the bar, though.
That's what matters.
That's the rule.
That's what the line is.
Okay, Tyrone taking a bit of a rest there.
Yeah.
As you say, they both took a knee. They didn't unstrap.
That's one of the biggest things. I think the biggest thing on this one is making sure you're taking a knee. So you don't have to take that time to strap in, especially on an axle. That's just precious time to waste. He can hop back up and try to bust out another rep. That's where you call it right there. With the events coming up. The second you feel that grindy rep, either it's your last one or the one before the last one.
Again, this is the second event of 6. There's no point completely exhausting yourself at this stage when there's 4 events yet to come.
Oh, another great matchup.
So we've got Tim Daglish
And
Tommy Chivers. Tommy Chivers reigning Britain's Strongest Man under 80 kilograms. Tim Daglish, one of the best deadlifters on the planet.
This would be a nice little battle we have going on here. Tommy's just so consistent.
That's what got him the win last year.
You notice Tommy's keeping an eye
Solid
on.
rep.
Such different stances. You have Tommy with his narrow stance. You have Tim using all of his leverages of those long arms to help him out.
Tim seems to be keeping up the rhythm a little bit better than Tommy.
Oh, Tommy's suit's falling off his shoulder. Again, all these variables of a suit on this event. Like, I understand that adds so much power, but
So Tim is the sort of athlete that can pull over 330 kilograms on a normal barbell. So 255 kilograms isn't probably the heaviest weight for him.
but the axle just makes such a big difference.
Yep. Tommy straps down for the final go.
Is he trying one more in there? Get over those knees. What a great event that was.
I think Tommy's going to be annoyed about that suit.
Yeah, you could tell right when it fell off, he was angry. He might have gotten that last rep if he didn't have to let his body get a little fatigued in between.
9 reps for Tim. Incredible. We've yet to see double digits, but I think it's on the cards.
I think we will see double digits potential in this next one. You are not seeing double, as most of you know by now. We have Joe Daglish up here against Matt Nice.
You can tell them apart by their socks.
Yeah.
Joe Daglish is in Cerberus socks. Tim Daglish is in Odd Object socks. So we've got Joe Daglish and Matt Nice. Matt Nice should be good for a couple of reps, but is Joe going to equal 9?
Or beat?
Or beat.
Let's keep an eye on Joe right here. That's what I'm keeping an eye on here. Very explosive on these.
Good rep for Matt.
Very quick hips through.
Got those long arms.
Oh, yeah. Such a benefit. They barely get over those knee sleeves.
Solid effort from Matt. 30 seconds left.
There we go.
Joe's still got a couple of reps in there.
Oh, he takes it to the knee. No, a minute is a long time to continue deadlifting.
Yep. Matt's going to give it one more go. But we've seen a lot of athletes try this. One more go and it's not successful.
Yeah.
Would you risk one more rep if you were in that position?
It depends what I've done in training. Each one of us know what our training numbers look like. So if I've consistently hit that number, and I know I've hit this number, I would go for that last rep. If not, I'd call it. Again, especially as I spoke about, the next event is a max carry.
Yes.
Your posterior chain is already wrenched from this deadlift on that one. So
8 reps from Joe.
8 reps from Joe. So we might
quite
have
matched him.
Okay, our final 2.
Here we go.
These are the 2 top finishers in the log.
Yeah, the only 2
Tied
men to
for
get
first.
135 kilograms on that log.
So these guys will be going head-to-head, battling it out as best they can with everything, because they want to edge each other right now.
Dan Ashcroft is the last man, the last under 80 kilogram athlete to win Europe's Strongest Man 2019. The last time it was run. It's running again this year.
I know Dan's been dealing with some glute injuries he's had, so I really hope he can power through it in this event. And Dean coming out strong.
No suit for Dean. Dean, I think, is the only athlete that's not been wearing a suit.
I believe so. It's not hindering him at all. But like I said, on a rep event, you want to have as much oxygen flow like through your stomach as possible.
Okay, Dan seems to be struggling. I think Dean's just going to go. Hey, he might try and match the twins. I don't think he's going to try and exceed.
Yeah, he's got a good lead on the twins right now. He just wants to hold on to that for right now. Knowing his best event's gone, knowing the twins are arguably the better deadlifters, we know that.
Yep.
Going into this. But if you can get finished just behind them and just mitigate those points without overtaxing yourself.
So Dean has got his eyes firmly on the top of this podium.
Yeah.
So from here on out, he's going to do exactly what he needs to do.
I agree with what Dean just did. 100% agree with what Dean just did. He felt that last one where his foot came off the ground but finished it off.
8 reps.
Yeah. I agree with stopping there, though.
Yep.
I think so. He ties with Joe. So we have Tim that won the event. Joe and Dean tied for second. But if he went for that 9th rep, it would have been not worth the points for the next event.
Absolutely. He's now leading the pack.
Yeah.
He's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, he broke away from his tie with Flash, with Dan, and now he's on top of everyone.
So yeah, that was a heck of an event.
Very fast show.
No one zeroed.
No, we did not see a zero, which is good. I do not like seeing any zeros.
No. But yeah, 255 kilograms. It might not be the heaviest weight for these guys for a single rep, but for reps over 60 seconds, it gets heavy quick.
Oh, it does for sure. Usually, especially in that suit, like I said, once you get over that 3rd or 4th rep, you're trying to breathe, and that thing is compressing right on your diaphragm, right, pulling up from the bottom. It's just something that just adds up over time. So I think that's what Dean was very smart. He knew his number, and he knew what he was going for, and he just was able to breathe through it.
Yeah.
The first reps might have been faster if you wore a suit, but I think with what he knows he's capable of.
Yeah, and I think Dean is a perfect example of why you don't necessarily need to step into a deadlift suit straight away. I think a lot of athletes maybe step into a suit a bit early. I know I was guilty of, I own a deadlift suit, and I bought it under the impression that it would magically give me an extra 20-30 kilograms on my deadlift, and it absolutely hasn't.
It's a giant learning curve to learn a suit. I still have not fully learned it for myself. I've used a suit maybe a handful of times for a couple of attempts, but I mostly like I said, I'm doing this event tomorrow for the Chaos Classic U90, and I was training in briefs because I didn't have time to focus in on a suit, and I really wanted that oxygen flow.
Do you think many of the guys tomorrow will be wearing suits?
I think the majority will be wearing suits, for what I've seen from a lot of training. But
So the suit, in my experience, gives you an extra bit of lift off the floor.
Yep.
But as soon as you get to your knees, the suit has done its job, and then it's kind of up to you to lock it
Oh,
out.
correct. Well, that's where you get the benefit on the axle, though. The axle, you feel every single pound or kilo on the bar.
Yeah.
When it comes to like a barbell, you can pull some slack out, and it can feel lighter as well. But that's where the suit is really beneficial on the axle itself. So maybe some of the guys would get an extra rep, but they're only going for a couple. But someone that's looking for consistency, I think it's a judgment call. You know, it's how heavy is this for you when it comes to that's a good decision you can make for your show when you go into one whether a suit is good for that one or not. So it's one of the biggest things.
So the next event we've got coming up is that Sandbag Husserfeld max distance carry, 135 kilograms.
Very
with a
heavy.
90-second time limit. Back and forth, 10-meter intervals. 1 foot's just got across the line.
Mm-hmm.
There are judges at each end to let you know that you have crossed the line, because with an object like this, just seeing where you're going or making sure you've gone far enough can be a real issue.
That's one of the biggest things with this Husserfeld stone. It's awkward. It's big. I think it's tougher than a regular metal one, for what I've noticed in my training and all. And it sits completely different on everything. So it's one of the biggest things with all of that.
Okay, so we have some updated scores for you. Top of the leaderboard, we have D. McVie, followed by the world's strongest twins, Tim and Joe Daglish. Kyle Scott will be very happy. He's currently in 4th, and Britain's strongest man in 5th. So yeah, scores definitely shaken up. Dan Ashcroft down to 7. So he's got some work to put in to make his way back up that table.
Yeah, but all the scores are very close. I'm looking at the scores right now. It looks like from 4th all the way down until 7th, it's only separated by a couple points. So,
And a distance event, that is really going to shake things up, because every inch matters.
yeah. We shouldn't see any ties on this event. Like we saw ties on the first event, and we saw ties on the second event, but going forward, the continuation of these events, we're not going to see any ties. This is where it's going to have that nice to have that gap right now. Or if you have to make up points, you're going to make up whole points. That's one of the biggest things. So have you touched the Sandbag Husserfeld stone yet?
No, the closest I've come is a steel shield, which
Okay.
I had for 120 kilograms in a competition
Gotcha.
a couple of months ago. And yeah, seeing was an issue. Getting it in place, I think that is going to be a key. These guys are going to need to get that sandbag up and into position quick, because the longer you spend jostling the sandbag into position, if you can't break it off the floor quick, that's just time wasted.
I almost disagree with how this event will be ran. I think that because of the weight of the sandbag, no one will make the full 90 seconds. If maybe one person does. I think the best thing you can do is take your time and get that sandbag, because it does sit completely different. It's really easy to get a metal stone in position where you want it. This will flop, this will move, this will shift. So if you take that extra 5 seconds to get it exactly where you want, because you can lap this without pain or anything like that, because it's, again, sandbag. So if you get it in your knees and you can pop it up and get it a little bit higher, I've noticed that is the best way to get the best distance, because with the weight of this bag, it's not a light bag at all.
Okay, so you don't want to have to adjust halfway through. You want to make sure you've got it set in place before you head off and then go.
I found it's tougher to adjust this sandbag while you're moving, because it will move away from you.
Right.
Again, with the metal ones, they will sit, they will be in position, they're not going anywhere. But with these, we can even see it sitting right now. It's already flopped over to putting it on the ground a little bit. Now when you're walking with it, it's going to shift with you. So it's a lot of that ability. So if an athlete hasn't touched this bag, it's going to feel completely different than what they're used to.
So what would your method be for picking it up? Would you push it forward so it's flat and then try and pick it up flat off the floor, or pick it up from a standing position?
So I've seen
sandbag standing.
I've seen athletes do both. I personally like the standing position on the one we're using tomorrow. This is a little bit smaller shell. The one we're using tomorrow is taller. I have the same one with this shell, and I like that one more off the ground because it's more of like a square shape on this one. So this one I would like get it more tilted forward, get as low as I can, and then I would pick it up and get it as high as I can. Luckily for myself, I have very long arms. I can usually latch my arms together around this, because you can, again, form the sand where you want it to be. But it just depends. So some of our better deadlifters, especially we'll see the twins, if they can get it high enough and put their hands together, they'll have a good distance. But someone, let's say like Flash or Dean, are a slight disadvantage because like I highly doubt they can get their hands locked. So,
yeah, one athlete I'm expecting to do fairly well on this is Andrew Keys.
yeah, I've heard of him. He said he carried 110 bag for 2 minutes straight for 200 feet. So, we hear he's the reason that there is a time cap on this.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a run of competitions with max carry events, and he won every single one. It was only recently that he fell a bit short, and I'm not sure whether the pressure got to him, because it was something like 5 first places on events such as this on the trot.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that finally losing one took some of the pressure off. Maybe he hasn't got that expectation on him going in,
Or maybe it just motivated him.
or maybe motivated him. Yeah.
That could be the biggest thing. Sometimes taking an L, taking a loss, just pushes you farther into where you need to be.
He's actually just warming up on the sandbag now, getting a feel for it.
Yeah. There it is. See how he just did? He took that time
Yeah.
in that warm-up to get it in a position where he wants it to be, because it will slide away from you. It'll move. It'll shift. Like I said, I feel like it's a more challenging pick than Stan Hustafel.
Would you wear a belt for this, or a grip top, or?
I've found I like to be as minimalistic as possible in this event, just because I want that sandbag to fall into me. So I've gone down to either just a soft belt is all I've really been using. Just again, it depends how heavy it is for you. If it's a heavy bag for the pick, you want to have that belt to make sure you're protecting the back, especially coming off a deadlift. How much did the deadlift take out of you? But with this event, if it's not a bad pick for you, I think minimalistic as possible. Get everything as tight to you as possible, because the second you get in that tight position, that's when you want to make. That's when you actually get the full distance carried, because it'll fold into you as well. If you can lean back and get your hands like latched around, it will fold into you, and it'll just become a part of you, and you're just like strolling.
So what kind of distances do you think we might see?
Ooh, I think top end might be somewhere in the 70 to 80 range, just because it is such a heavy bag, it will add up very quickly. And then I'd say, we could say as low as 15 to 20, depending how they grab it if they've never touched it before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that's one of the things with strongman competitions. The events that you're unfamiliar with, or the implements you're unfamiliar with, you're more than likely going to have a rougher time with.
Yeah. And it looks like Dean was messing with the bag a second ago, and he's, again, one of those athletes that's trying to figure out exactly how he wants to pick it. And he did the same thing. He just get it high on the chest, take your time. He's pretty explosive. If he can get it low enough with this bag, he might be able to get his hands close, but he's probably going to have to dig his fists or knuckles into the bag, which, again, this is where a slight disadvantage is, because he has no room to go.
Yeah.
When you have your hands locked, you can go to that fist or knuckle, dig into the bag. But if you're already there, it's not going to go too far.
Yeah, I think one thing you can say about Dean McVie is he's not someone that's afraid of being uncomfortable when it comes to event time.
Oh, not at all. And he will push himself all the way to the limit once he knows the limit. And he'll be going second to last, so I believe. So he'll be in the last heat, so he'll just be working it.
So he will know exactly what he needs to do just to stay atop the leaderboard, and that is what he'll do.
Yeah, I see some of the athletes testing out the floor. I've been told the floor is a little bit slick, so
I think the chalk that they've coated the competition area in seems to be holding up all right.
Yeah,
but this will be the first real test, I think, as to whether the chalk is doing its job.
Yeah, stepping on that line, if your foot slides and turns, that could be your event.
Yep.
So I've seen a lot of grip shirts on here, which, again, I don't mind the grip shirt, but I think it's not as necessary for this event, from my training at least. Other athletes might disagree.
Do you think there's an element of it's just what you're used to, it's comfortable, it's familiar?
I think so. I think if you never trained this event, or you haven't had this sandbag carry before, I agree. Just do whatever you trained with. I just started with a grip shirt, and I learned over time that I didn't want it because the way the folds are and the way I wanted it to sit. So, but again, looks like the chalk on each end, so when the turnaround should be a little bit easier, should be a little bit better. Lovely staff over here doing everything to help out the athletes.
Yeah, the team are doing the changeovers incredibly quickly.
Yeah, we're already on event 3.
Yeah.
Very fast day for these athletes. Very challenging to get that recovery in between.
So that means we're coming up soon to our deadlift record attempt.
Yes.
But yeah, in terms of events today and the order of the events, doing a farmer's carry after this event.
I honestly think this is the most brutal event in terms for the athletes because that turnaround from the deadlift into it. I think the intermission is going to be very beneficial for them to get everything back together on that. It's a very posterior heavy show.
Very.
Because we're seeing, like we said, we saw a max log, which even on the clean is posterior with that one as we go up. The deadlift, a max carry is going to drain your legs, a farmer's carry that's heavy, a yoke sandbag medley, and then power stairs ended off.
Yep.
So, but these athletes knew what they're getting into. Signed up for a chaos show, especially.
Well, it's Britain's strongest man.
Yeah.
Britain's strongest man under 80 kilograms, and whoever stands at the top of the podium at the end of today, there will be no doubt in anyone's mind that they are Britain's strongest man under 80 kilograms.
Oh, for sure. They had to qualify to get here. They all earned their spot. No matter if you come first or last, though, it's an honor for the athletes to be here.
Absolutely. You're competing for a national title. On a global stage, thanks to live streams such as this.
Yep. Thanks to ADL out here coming over from the States and putting on the live stream for everyone so we can show everyone these great athletes that don't get as much recognition as they deserve because it's harder to get the live stream all the way around the world to everyone. So because I know a bunch of athletes from competing head on against them at official strongman games, but
yeah, quite a few of the lads today have made appearances at official strongman games in the past.
Yep, we're seeing those hand locks that are coming in. Yeah, and I think every athlete has figured out that goal is lock the hands, lean back, and just embrace the suck.
So you'd grab it as low as possible.
I always want room to slide.
Yeah.
You want room to slide down the chest. You want room to slide down the body. It's as low as possible as you can get it yourself. I know there's that shield carry in a lot of events out here coming up. I wonder if that's going to affect some of these athletes the way they pick it. Because the shield carry is a very wide carry, a very wide pick. If you're used to that wide pick, not used to going as narrow as you need to on this, just that muscle memory, I'm interested to see if that affects anyone today. Because I see some of them trying to use the top of this as like a handle versus like getting lower, and they want to get as low as possible.
Yeah. And of course, the higher you have the bag, the more open your hips are, so the bigger steps you can take.
Yep.
More distance you can cover.
And that's what you want. You want to travel the least amount of steps. You only have so many steps on this event in your body. That's one of the biggest thing.
So do you think we might see some of these athletes getting close to the end of the 90 seconds, kind of reverting to the sideways crab walk, that sort of tactic?
Maybe Andrew. He might be the one that does it. I'm not familiar with some of these athletes, but I think even some of the ones that went through the last deadlift event, if they can get through a minute, I think that'll be a good time. Like, this is one of those events where it's heavy enough where you kind of have to go at a decent pace and not try to go to the full 90, in my opinion. Because going the full 90, you'll turn into that crab walk too fast. But it depends how they train. You know, some of these athletes, again, 80-kilogram athletes, very cardiovascular strength athletes, they can go for a while. So I'm excited to see this. And like this bag is actually really nice once you get in position. This the smaller shell of the two, so because it sits, it's more like a square, and it sits perfectly on you, and you have room for your hips on that one. So I preferred when I was in training. I wish we had these bags tomorrow, but it was easier to work with.
So yeah, I think most of the guys have had a chance to handle the bag, get used to their hand positioning.
Mm-hmm. They've all got their ideas, their strategies. Yep.
Don't think we're too far away from...
No, it should be a few minutes. The lights above you might start to get daunting on this one. That's the only thing as well. If you've ever been in a gymnasium floor and done something, you have to stare at the ceiling for a while. But
so is this the kind of event where you might put your shades on?
Again, I wouldn't do it on this one because you're trying to pop that bag as high as possible. You don't want anything to come out of the way. Kind of like how we saw the suit come off on the previous event. What can go wrong? You know, I might try to count the lights as I go through or something like that to kind of like know where I'm at. Because with this bag on your chest, you're not gonna go anywhere you're going. You're gonna have no idea. So like if I'm walking through this, I would try to be like, okay, there's that light. I have how many rungs or something like that. It also tricks the brain to kind of give you that. Oh, I'm not walking with, was
135.
135 on the chest. Maybe
298 pounds.
Yeah. So 135 on the chest. Maybe it starts tricking you. Be like, maybe this isn't so bad, you know?
Yeah.
So any way to turn the brain off. This is one of those events that, like, I'm not sure I'd want ammonia either, because you just want to be as calm as possible, as steady as possible.
Yeah, you want to really try and control your heart rate, control your adrenaline. You don't want any spikes or anything. You don't want to rush. You don't want to make any silly mistakes.
Which, again, is so much harder coming off of a max event and then into a max rep event where you want to have that adrenaline. You want to have that extra gear. But now it's like, got to calm this down. Because you want to go as far into the 90 as possible. I think we're going to see a lot of guys on the 45 and 1 minute mark, which is still a long carry.
Yeah.
They're going to really enjoy that intermission after this one.
So is this like an event where you'd almost try and tune yourself out and just focus on something else, not pay attention to the bag or the crowd or the lights? Or
you focus on the steps. I'd focus on, like, my exact spot when I know I'm about to turn around. Like, what am I looking for above me? Okay, that's my cue. I'm this far away, this and that. It's a lot of times as athletes, we pull from the crowd. We love it. This is one of those ones where I'm like, unless I'm doing the crab walk and I'm on the last few steps and I need something, I just want to be in my zone.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest things. And a wild Dean McVie has a stroll behind us right there.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes until showtime for this event.
Oh. It's just a brutal event. We're going to see people turn red in the face. I just hope everyone stays awake for this event.
I hope we don't see anyone collapsing or tripping or...
Yeah.
I suppose that's one of the good things about it being a sandbag. If you drop it...
You fall, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fall forward, though, if you're going to fall.
Yeah.
At least lean onto it, get a couple extra inches, because that's where everyone matters.
So when you're carrying the bag,
yes,
you're walking forwards, you're approaching the line. Obviously, only 1 foot needs to break the line.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pick a point to maybe start to slow down your steps so you don't overshoot the line by too much?
I try to have that, like, that's why I like being here today, be able to look around a lot, knowing, like, my pivot, my points, my, like, visual lines, when to pick up the pace, when to slow down, because that turn we're only doing 10 meters and then turning. It's a very short distance bag in terms of how many times we turn, but that's so much extra energy than running straight forward. So it's about that burst into that coast. I think that's a big thing about this event, because if you overshoot that line, that you don't get points or any distance for being over the line.
Yeah.
So the ideal is just to kiss that line with your foot, not miss, and go for it from there.
So there's a huge element of trust in the judges at either end of the course that are going to be shouting yes at the athletes when their foot crosses the line.
Yep. A lot of work for these judges in this event, so thank them so much for what they're doing today.
Absolutely.
This is definitely the one where they have to be the most keen. This is the most turns. Like this, I'd say this one, the farmers, the yoke are the three that, because there's a line that you have to hit, it's very important to make sure. And as someone that likes to just barely touch the line, I cut it close a lot of time. Sometimes it bites me in the butt, but, the risk we take.
And in terms of judging as well, the events that are coming up are going to be judged by inches and hundredths of seconds, so the judges really need to be
on point.
On it.
Yeah, but they all look ready, capable, able for everything.
Tommy Chiver's got some bicep tape on.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was picked up maybe during the log.
Well, picking this bag itself is a lot more bicep than you realize as well. So he might be precautionary. So I hope it's just precautionary and not anything that is, injured.
Okay, Andrew Keys first. He's going to be setting the pace.
He's going to set the pace well, I believe. He might want to go first, too, just because he'll get the most rest. There you go. Really low pick we want to see.
So he's being deliberate on that pick. He's jostling the bag up nice and high, nice and high.
I love the time he's taking. I love this.
There it is. And now he's just going to walk.
Yep.
Now his hips aren't too wide. He's taking quite long, narrow strides. That seems to suit him.
Yeah. Again, this is the guy we were talking about. I think is going to set the bar very high, potentially win this event. Overshot the line a little bit on that one. But he's controlling his breathing very well.
Yeah, as we said, there was an event similar to this. It was a
There
100
we go.
kilogram bag for max distance.
He's
and
learning his steps right now. Every time he's getting a little shorter and getting that.
Andrew went for 2 minutes with a 100 kilogram sandbag. So
in the position he has it right now, I think he might go the full 90 on this one.
I would expect him to go the full time. He's still looking very comfortable.
Yeah,
very comfortable.
He's
Almost
smiling. He's
smiling.
smiling right now. He's like, I can do this all day.
Yep. I overshot the line quite a bit there.
He's overshot the line a few times.
Slowing down a little bit. But that bag doesn't look like it's shifted at all.
Yeah. Again, that's the perk of this bag. You can get it onto you. Once you find that sweet spot.
Okay, now he's jostling.
You see what I mean by the readjustment, though? It didn't do anything on the readjustment.
Yeah.
You gotta keep going. He's gotta keep going. There he goes. All those overshots and the undershots.
I think we're reaching Andrew's limit there. There it is, the full 90 seconds. He made it.
Brutal.
Okay,
that is a bar to set. That is a great first person to go.
That is a target.
I think he could have gotten the rest of that distance if he would have not paid attention to his line work though. Not saying that wasn't a magnificent run. I'm just saying if we're critiquing it at all, it's if his line touches were more clean and didn't undershoot, he probably could have got to the end. I don't think it's going to bite him today though.
No. We're just waiting for confirmation of the distance. He broke
104.
104.
I thought I was going to see 80, and we see 104 off the first one.
I wondered if we might see someone break 100 meters. Obviously, it would have been Andrew Keys, so that is one hell of a target for the other lads to chase.
Yeah. Would you even chase it though?
Possibly if you're in the lower half of the table and you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
But
let's say you're Dean McVie right now.
If you're a Dean McVie, you'd wait and see what the heat before you do. And when you're on the run, you wait and see what your rival's doing. And you just do an inch further than your rival.
Yeah. And how does it feel that day?
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Tyrone Jones and Andrew Nicholson. Are we going to see a repeat of that 100-meter run?
We'll see here.
104. Let's
104
let's get
run.
it right. Let's get it right.
Yeah. Over 100 meters. Athletes getting the bag high.
Okay.
Oh.
Tyrone seems to be hugging that tight.
Yeah, he's having some trouble with it right now.
I feel like Andrew just got a bit impatient there. I feel like he could have had that bag a little higher.
Yeah, he's very fast with his feet though.
See it, Tyrone just touching the line with his toe there.
Yeah,
very smart.
Very methodical. Again, one of those athletes doesn't have the long arms to. No. Oh. There it is. One of those athletes with the shorter arm frame, he can't really get through, so he has to really go faster. I think it's one of the things that Andrew's benefit was his longer arms to lock together. Yep. He could control that pace, but Tyrone
Andrew's inching him. Okay, we got a drop from Andrew. I don't think Tyrone's got much more left. Hopefully,
he'll probably get a
turn around.
Oh, every inch.
Now
spin it the other way.
I would have gone for the turn. I would have gone for the turn and
get something.
Yeah, if I knew I was going to drop it.
Yeah.
Although I mean, it's good of him to do it for the judges.
The judges, very nice for him for that, but he's a much nicer man than I am.
Yeah.
I would have turned and crab walked and fallen on the bag.
Yeah.
I just fallen forward on it. That's my plan. Could maybe jump a little bit and dive.
Well, you're diving onto sand, so it won't be too.
Yeah, you just belly flop on it. Wouldn't be the first time I've belly flopped on a sandbag.
I feel like that 104.5, that's going to stand.
Oh, I believe so. I believe we saw the best run of the day on the first one. These athletes still do an amazing job.
To be able to do that sort of run on your own as well, with no one next to you spurring.
Well, that's what
I
mean, though. It's almost better that way because he was so conscious and focused. Well, let's see how these two go. Okay. Tough pick, low picks.
Okay.
There we go.
Liam's getting it high. Connor looks solid. Connor Cowans looks solid, but Liam McConville looks fast.
Yeah, I think Liam almost rushed it, though. He felt he was falling behind.
Yeah.
He felt he didn't have the time and wanted
Well
to catch
over the
up.
line, Liam is.
Yeah,
Okay,
there you go.
good.
Cleaned it up on the second one. You don't want to. You don't want to get this into a race
Yeah, Connor seems to be catching up anyway.
because it's not a race event. It's a distance.
Is Liam going to get another length?
That's what I mean. The readjustment is just.
Yeah, that just wasted energy there.
So it wants to slide. It doesn't sit pretty like a
comes
normal
Connor.
Hufflepuff.
Sit.
Get all the way back.
Hey, Liam gave everything he had.
There we go.
Connor's still going.
Quick. Come on, Connor. Touch and turn.
He's
Touch
gotta
and
go for
turn.
the
There we
90
go.
seconds now.
There we go. Till the wheels fall off. That's what you do. Till the wheels fall off, you keep going. Lights go black. That's when you're done.
Okay,
But as
Dan
we-
Ashcroft coming up.
But as we saw with Tyrone on the other side, he was very quick because he felt like he was behind. And it's one of those events where if you took an extra few seconds to get that in the proper position,
It's as you say, there are going to be very few athletes that are going to make the full 90 seconds anyway. So just the priority should be get
Yeah.
the bag in place.
I think seeing how well Andrew did in the first one, I think it's put these athletes thinking it's, achievable by everyone. But he's probably the best in this show
Yes.
at that event. He walked in, he's like, I'm winning that event, and he showed why.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got Matt Neese. We've got Dan Ashcroft.
Dan's got some points to make up here.
Yep.
He's not sitting where he wants to sit. Especially after a spectacular first event. He expected the deadlift not to be his best event, but I want to see how he does on this one.
Matt Neese is very comfortable with his sandbag.
Yeah, very tall, long limbs, able to work through everything here. Just focused. And
So we've got Dan Ashcroft in a belt, Matt Neese not wearing a belt,
Yeah.
both wearing the
they're
grip
trying
tops.
to get the bag exactly how he wants it. And that can make a big difference in the pick, how that sand sits. I know they did a great job filling these.
Dan wearing gloves as well.
I knew Dan was going to wear gloves for this event. And again, for someone like Dan, I like the gloves. Again, someone that can't get their hands latched together,
Yeah.
the gloves are very beneficial. Methodical, little rush on that pick. He's got to pop it again. There it is. That's
Matt's
what you
very
want.
comfortable with his sandbag.
Yeah. One more pop flash.
That's
there it is.
Okay, that's good position for Dan.
Yeah.
Again, it's not a race, it's distance.
Yes.
So it doesn't necessarily mean anything that Matt got off to a flying start.
I feel like Matt could have got his hands together. I feel like again he rushed it where they barely touched and he started going.
Yeah.
Versus letting that latch together. Because now he's trying to readjust.
You're absolutely right. I'm noticing that every time someone readjusts the bag, it just lands exactly where it was.
Yeah. And Dan, like I said, he knows his arms aren't long enough to latch together. So he's got those gloves on.
Okay, Matt's trying to readjust again, and again it did nothing.
It's lower. It's even lower now.
Interesting. Okay,
And Dan
Dan's
tried
dropped.
to readjust, and that's
Dan is not happy.
Yep. It's that readjustment. It doesn't adjust the way you want to because it moves away from you.
And every second you're stood still trying to readjust, that's just sapping energy that you could be putting into steps.
It's just zapping your hips 100%. It's one of those things where the bag's fighting against you on this one, where a lot of times these stones will help you almost because they're just solid objects. This is a non-solid object that we're trying to work them through.
Okay, we've got Adam Rumney and Luke Phillips. Adam Rumney's arms covered in chalk, sleeves covered in chalk.
Yep.
Would you do similar?
Oh, I chalked up. I
Yeah.
got as much chalk on my arms, hands, forearms, as much as I can. I actually also like, because I can't get my hands together, the ability to almost tape the insides of my fingers. They lock better. So things like that, because I've noticed when you start perspiring, your hands start to slide away from each other. So these are those little things. But again, getting comfortable with this event, I have this back in my gym. I bought it and I set it up to the exact specs for my show. So I got comfortable with an event because this is not a strong event for me normally. So I knew I had to work at it.
Yeah, yeah. That's the way strongman competitions usually work. Like there's no point if you're a good deadlifter. There's no point working on your deadlift and building that. Like you need to. It's the events such as this that maybe people don't like training because it is so uncomfortable. These are the events where you are gonna move up the leaderboard.
And take into play though that we have our athletes that did better on the deadlift coming up.
Yes,
that's one of the biggest things. Again, Andrew came in last on the deadlift. He was the freshest posterior chain for this event. That's what I expected for someone. Again, already was the best at this event, arguably on that, but then had the most rest, had the least amount of drain on his legs than these athletes.
That makes me think that the deadlift was definitely strategic getting that 1 rep. I think he would have liked to, but I think he only probably had 2 or 3 reps in mind anyway.
Yeah, total, and that's best day.
Okay, I've seen Adam Rumney training us, and he's quick.
Yep.
Is he going to get the bag in position though?
You see what I mean? By knocking it over, it's still you can't get your legs wide enough. It's not a cylinder. It not being a cylinder makes it much more of a challenge.
Okay.
Hands
Adam's
apart,
still
he's
wrestling
very
with the bag. Luke moving very well.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Adam felt like he just had to go. The bag is on his hips. I don't think Adam's going to get too far with this one, unfortunately.
It's a little low on that one, unfortunately.
He's not able to take the sort of steps that he wants. Hopefully he can at least get it. No. That's on the verge of going.
It's going to slide out of there. But he's fighting for every step.
Not happy.
He used so much energy on that pick. He's so quick. He's efficient with the steps. He's quick. He didn't have a great pick either, but he's consistent and quick.
I think Luke is going to go for that turnaround. He's going to go for the turn. He might not get much more than that.
Every step matters. Every single step.
There
you go.
That's what he's got in mind.
This is where the crowd comes into play. When you're fighting for that every single step. This is when I would want them to get loud. And you can hear them.
We have got such a crowd here
today.
There
it is. Oh, what a fight there.
That was everything.
What a fight. We didn't think it was going to make it more than a couple meters out of there, and he made it almost over halfway.
And that just goes to show what the crowd can do. Just hearing that noise. And that's the wonderful thing about these crowds. Like, they will get behind every athlete.
Yep. And he's feeling that one, though. His legs, he needs to go rest before we start doing the moving events later. That's when we'll really start seeing the fatigue, is when we start seeing those speed events.
Yeah, I wonder if on the farmers we're going to see some usually reliable athletes make some errors just because they're so tired after this.
Again, though, it's the pick is really good for these deadlifters. So as long as they're fast with it and don't overthink it, I think they'll be fine on that one. I think the yoke's going to be the one we see the most fatigue.
Okay, so we got Tommy Chivers, Kyle Scott.
Tommy going with the gloves.
I believe Kyle got the win on the Shield carry at UKNS, the competition he won a couple of months ago.
So actually beating Andrew on that one.
Yes, yeah, that was the competition Andrew fell just short on.
So he's ready to beat Andrew one more time. So we might see another 100-meter run, but again, significantly more deadlift reps. So his legs are a little bit drained, but he's had a good amount of rest with this. So
Kyle Scott's got those nice long arms.
Yeah,
we should be able to wrap around the bag.
We should get a nice bear hug on that one. I hope Tommy just has that bicep just taped up for precaution. That drop down is just such
no grip shirt for Kyle. Okay, I'd say that bag looks a little low for Kyle.
It looks a little low. I love what Tommy just did.
Tommy's
I
nice
love
and
where
high.
He has that bag. Yeah, if Kyle could have got his hands together, I think he just that rushed that pick.
Tommy nearly has his fingers locked together.
Nearly. Again, it's one of the things his arms just aren't long enough, but he's got the gloves to counteract that. Starting to slide down those hips.
Kyle readjusting.
And Tommy...
Kyle readjusted and ended up in a worse position. He's crab walking. We've got our first crab walk.
Tommy's still moving, though.
He's going to keep going.
He's still fighting for it.
Is he going to make that next marker?
Oh, that readjustment's always...
Kyle's gone.
He's going to fight for every step. He's going to keep working on that one.
He's going to want that turn. He's going to want that
with
turn.
that leg reach. Every step. There we go. Every big step.
That's it. Okay.
Beautiful run right there. Yeah. He's not happy with that run, though.
No.
I think again he felt the pressure of that 100-meter run, and he just rushed that pick, and he couldn't get his hands wrapped around it. Just fall into that pitfall.
Yeah, he's looking pretty disappointed to the side of us here.
I think he knows what he's capable of is the problem. He just is upset with how he performed.
Yeah.
Because, again, that bag is unruly. It has no give, and if it starts to slide, it's going to keep going. That's why you want to get that position on it.
But then for all these athletes that are maybe falling short of their expectations, you've just got to suck it up and move on now.
You do. There's nothing you can do. And, again, luckily they had this intermission, so they should have time to go through it. And
Still sitting in that first place is Andrew Keys.
Andrew Keys still first, no one getting close.
I don't think anyone will. Like I said, we saw that run. I think it just set that bar so high.
Okay, so we've got Dean McVie and Joe Daglish.
I don't think he was even broken 50 yet besides him.
I think you might be right there.
104.3 meters.
Dee's trying to extend that lead. He's probably have one eye on the road, one eye next to him for a little bit of this.
Yep.
But remember, it's going to be a distance event. You don't care where they start. You care where they finish. And Dean with those not
Good
great
pick.
leverages, but...
Good pick.
Oh.
I'd say Joe's looking a bit more comfortable.
Yeah. I wish
In
Joe
terms of position.
would have popped it one more time.
Yeah.
To get those hands locked. We know his arms are long enough. Because Dean's in a precarious spot right now with that bag starting to
Dean's
slide.
slow and deliberate.
But he's got a hand inside of it. That's the good thing about these sandbags. This is where you start seeing those deadlifts take it out of you.
That's the thing about these World's Strongest Twins. They're so consistent across all of these strongman events. That's why in just about every major domestic competition, you will see one or both of them on the podium.
And Dean's fighting for every step right here. Joe's looking comfortable. We're starting to see him stand a little vertical on this.
Dean's looking very tired right now.
Yeah, but he's going to go for a few more steps.
He's making use of the time.
I do like that Dean did not waste a pop. He saw
Okay.
everyone drain themselves.
And Dean gave everything there.
Yep.
Well done, both those athletes. Round of applause, guys.
So we had some ground made up by Joe there.
Absolutely. We will wait to see exactly what distances that we've got.
Yep, but we still have
for
one
each
more
of
to
these
go.
Athletes, one more heat to go. We have got Finley Mercer, phenom on that deadlift event.
Yeah.
Going up
Again.
against Tim Daglish.
Again, he went for that extra rep though during that deadlift event. Easy, not easy.
Well, Joe's still talking, so
Yeah, Joe, he's still awake over here. He's doing good. So I said you're still awake, so you're doing good.
it'd be interesting to see how Finley does with this one. So coming from a powerlifting background to doing an event such as this.
Yeah. Again, if Tim can get those hands locked or get in that great position, he can use his length and lean back. Finley just needs to not rush this. Again, that extra rep that he attempted might start to affect him, but I think he'll be okay. Good. Finley, great job getting to his knees right away. There we go. Get it
Okay,
high
Finley
enough.
looks in a good position. Finley's being very
cautious.
deliberate, yeah.
Took his time. Very methodical, very smart.
Okay, nice pace from Tim.
Finley's catching him right now, but again, it's not a race. Oh, Finley.
Oh, Finley fell well short there. Had to moonwalk.
Oh, now he's going for that.
Sandbag back. Tim is just keeping up that steady pace.
Again, this is where that shorter bag, being like a square, is nice for Finley. He can sit down and put it on his lap, and that's not a terrible spot to rest if you are going to take a rest.
Tim's not slowing down.
Not
Doesn't
at all.
look like the fatigue has hit him just yet.
I think we'll see. I think we'll see it on the way back, though. That every time you turn, every time you stop, every time you slow down.
We're seeing it in his face now.
Yeah, he's starting to get that breathing pattern. Starting to dig those fingers. Finley
down.
Gave everything he can.
I think Tim's going to make it to the end.
He's going to fight for it.
Nearly.
Oh, just shy. Just shy of that one.
Outstanding effort from the athletes there.
Yeah. I still think we saw Andrew topping the leaderboard there with that incredible 104-meter run.
I'll be amazed to see I'll be interested to see the final distances, just to see how close the next person down got. Because
that's one of those things, though. That's where he needed to make his points up. Coming in last on the deadlift, he needed to make up a good chunk of points there, and he just did.
And I think going into this competition, Andrew Keys probably didn't necessarily fancy himself for the podium. Mm-hmm. However, to come to a national level competition and come away with an event win, that's a feather in your cap.
Yeah, he can hold on to that. He also avenged his loss there.
Absolutely.
So he's taken one loss on that event, and I think he came in ready for this one, ready for every one of these. But this is the one he was like eyeing the whole time, I believe. So and like the twins, they did an amazing job on that event too. Way to power through it. But again, some of the mistakes we saw,
Yeah, Andrew Keys won by 20 meters.
Wow.
That is incredible.
Wow.
No one even getting close.
Getting 18 meters per second is an amazing run. Amazing run. That should be a win in 99% of shows.
100. Yes, absolutely.
But not today.
Not today.
But 20 extra meters for 1 point. That's a lot of energy expression. But he didn't know, of course.
That's it. He was up first. He was up by himself. He didn't know what the other athletes were capable of, what they would do. So he
went the full 90. He's the only athlete to go the full 90.
That's very true as well. The only athlete to go the full 90.
So, we should get the points updated here soon when they get it all to us. But that was an exciting event for something so simple as carrying something.
Yeah, pick something up and carry it back and forth.
Back and forth. I think, like I said, watching the turns was key for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, we saw quite a few athletes undershoot and overshoot.
Yep.
And it just
again, Andrew overshot quite a few times. So he probably could have had that 110 meters, but didn't need it.
I think if there wasn't a time limit on this event,
he would have kept going.
Yeah, he probably would.
But I'm saying, like with his walks, even with the time limit, if he would have hit the line every time. But he probably did walk over 110 meters by missing the line, but
absolutely, absolutely, which is just insane. 135 kilograms on your chest for 90 seconds while moving.
Again, he was one of the few that could get that bear hug, though, get that hand locked, and we saw that on the first one.
We didn't see too many hands clasped together.
Yeah, and I think that's a big key factor of it just coming into you, because again, it's that bag will contour to you on this. So it looks like we're setting up for our intermission, but it's not only an intermission for the athletes. We have a world record log attempt coming up from Tom Hibbert for the 105K log record.
So this is Tom Hibbert for the under 105 kilogram log record. I think this is a record he attempted earlier in the year and didn't quite make it. So he's come back.
Come back with a vengeance, it looks like. He also owns the under 90 record. Is that correct?
No, I believe that was...
it was just reset, wasn't it?
Emmanuel Pescari.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I believe.
Then I misspeak. I apologize.
But I think you're right in saying that Tom Hibbert has held log records at multiple weight classes.
Yep.
He's looking big today.
Yep.
He's looking ready.
Focus.
He is, if you don't know Tom Hibbert, he is one of the most clinical, analytical coaches and athletes, I think I'd say. He likes to break down the nuances of every single movement. He doesn't like any wasted effort, and he is a coach himself, and among his roster of athletes, he has the under 80 kilogram world's strongest man, Ben Donnan. He has former under 90 kilogram deadlift world record holder Dan Benson, who is going to be competing tomorrow.
He's got a medley of elite level athletes across the board.
Okay, we have updated scores. And we've got the world's strongest twins. A double bill. Tim Daglish in first place with 38 points. Joe Daglish 37. Dean McVie down to third, 35. He's got some making up to do. Then we drop down joint fourth, Kyle Scott and Tommy Chivers. So all to play for still. We got Farmers is a strong event for Dean McVie. He's a very quick on the Farmers.
Yeah,
very quick on the yoke as well.
Yeah, we're starting to see that breakaway from the twins and Dean right now, though.
Okay, we are going to go for a brief commercial break, and then when we come back, we are going to be with Tom Hibbert attempting the under 105 kilogram log press world record.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do. Right there!
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do. Right there!
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me?
He's going for the British record and then the world record. He just did an easy 167 kilograms. We're going to be jumping up now to 180 kilograms for the British record. This is the under 105 weight class.
He's definitely looking like good for that 180. I'm excited to see what 180 looks like, and then if that looks good, then he'll go for the world record at 191. I'm assuming it will be just a straight jump with a little bit of rest. I'm not sure if he's going to take any little jumps between.
The team are just weighing the log. So obviously needs to be done, verified for a world record attempt. So Tom Hibbert would have been subject to all the same weigh-in protocols that all the other athletes were to make sure this is a legit under 105 world record or British record.
Which is a beautiful weight to be in when you're watching a bunch of people cut down to U80 and U90 and you're going to cut down to 105. Probably not as miserable, hopefully, for some of the other gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm taking a small break from competition, so I don't have any weight cuts in my immediate future. So seeing the guys in the lead up to this competition,
It's not an envious thing, no.
Not at all.
I just cut last month for PSL, and I do not have to cut again until OSG. I dropped out of my next world record attempt for the 18-inch U64 deadlift due to my forearm strain that I got at PSL. I was like, I don't think a 600-plus pound deadlift pull would suffice my forearm right now. So we're hanging tough. But it's nice that we've got so many world record attempts this weekend in between events here. So tomorrow, make sure you tune in. We've got the strongest, strong woman power deadlifter and our strongest powerlifting deadlifter coming head-to-head to attempt a world record deadlift pull, strongman style. So
the heaviest female deadlift
hitch.
ever, they're calling it.
Yeah, going to be wild. So looks like Tom's almost ready for his next attempt. Double checking his shoes, making sure everything is secure.
Yeah, that's one thing I was saying before the break. Tom Hibbett is meticulous as a coach and as an athlete. So he will want to make sure that everything is exactly as he wants it. The log is positioned on the cushions exactly as he wants it. He's not someone that will leave anything to chance.
Dots his I's, crosses his T's.
Absolutely.
I mean, the more experienced you are as an athlete, especially as a coach as well, then you know exactly what it takes to get the numbers that you desire. Sometimes it's not all about strength. It's about those little tiny nuances like the shoes, your elbow sleeves, your knee sleeves, if your belt's too tight or not tight enough. And you know, if you miss a lift and you realize you missed one part of your setup process, you would hate to think that might have been the reason why. So
Absolutely.
Experience is key in this sport. It's not just about being strong. It's also about knowing what works for you, and if you're a coach, what works for your athletes to prepare for record attempts like this. There's already so much weighing on it mentally. You don't want to physically buffer yourself from possibly getting a record attempt just because you were so nervous you forgot to clasp your belt before you stepped up to the implement.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have rehearsed this setup hundreds of times. It's maybe a different log to the one that he's used to training on, but he would have accounted for that as well.
It looks like a beautiful log, so I'm not sure of all the manufacturers over here, so I'm not sure who made that log. I know the ones that we used for the U80 men were the Strength Shop, so I'm not sure which log that is out there right now.
It's a PSP log.
I don't know who that is. I'm not good with, like I said, British manufacturers, or even if it is a British manufactured log, if somehow it made its way over here from somebody else. So,
okay, he's doing a quick massage of the hip with the Theragun. And this is what an environment to attempt a world record with this crowd, this atmosphere.
Can't go wrong doing a record attempt under a chaos promotion event either. They're well versed in record attempts.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see the variety of equipment that Tom is wearing. He's got the Evolutions Shaw grip shirt. He's got the Ray-Ban soft belt, the SBD knee sleeves. He knows his equipment and he knows what works. I love when I see an athlete out on the field who's like dressed in the nines and one equipment manufacturer, but Tom knows what works best and he plucked his favorites from each manufacturer.
That's it. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom has gone through every single type of sleeve, single, triple, double ply.
Gotta just get what works.
He knows what works for him, and hopefully it will work for him, because as we say, this is a British record attempt, under 105 kilogram weight class, 180 kilograms.
You're doing our little math over here.
It's 396 pounds.
Holy mackerel. I'm not quite sure what the American middleweight men's record is, to be honest. Guess I should have looked that up beforehand. I'm sure it's Nick Camby. I'm just not sure what the number was. Nick's got the block, the axle, and the log, I think, if I can remember right, in American records. And I think he might have the worlds in the block. And
He's one of the
axle.
best overhead presses in the world.
Yeah. When you have an amazing Olympic background as he does, and as strong as he is, and strongman in general. So, all right,
Okay, so
here he is.
Tom's getting limber. Interestingly, he's put the soft belt over his SBD belt. He's folded it over, so the buckle is covered.
Leave nothing to chance. If that log slips over that metal lever, you wouldn't want that to be your mitigating factor on a record attempt.
Okay.
All right.
Good,
clean looks easy.
Log looks a little bit wonky. Okay. I think he wants to give it another go. I think that surprised him.
A little bit heavier on the chest than he anticipated.
Yeah, maybe.
He did have a soft lockout with the 167, so maybe he burned a little much between now and then. So,
in fairness, the 167, that wasn't reffed. That was a warm-up rep.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to lock it
just
out
to
and
get
get
in,
rid of it.
yeah,
as soon
just
as
feel it
possible.
overhead, but not
Yeah.
hold it overhead. That's fair.
So we are going to take another swing at the British record. That I'd say that puts the world record cast a bit of a shadow of doubt.
Yeah. But I mean, the clean looks really good at 180. I think if he can get confident underneath of it again, I think he can at least let that fly and secure the British record. But
speaking to how analytical he is, I think he is rewatching his attempt.
I think you're right.
I think he's reviewing what happened.
Let's bring the camera out and review the footage. All right, perfect. Well, I mean, at least he can see maybe what he did wrong technically, if anything, and maybe it wasn't just the weight, and maybe his left arm pushed up the log a little faster than his right arm in the clean. So anything.
Yeah, it did look as though the right end of the log was a little bit higher than the left when it was in that rack position.
Yeah. If your body's not in sync, a record attempt is not going to want to fly unless it's light work. But 180, almost 400 pounds, that is not light work.
Well, a record is a record for a reason.
Right?
And we're going to see the complete contrast in terms of events after this, because after this we've got the farmer's carry, and that is just going to be all out speed.
And I remember watching you do pulls with it, so just picks and holds.
Yes. So I've been training for the OSG online qualifier, and one of the qualifying events is a farmer's hold, just heaviest handles to pick up and hold. And I'll say I was very tired that day, but I picked up 125 kilogram handles, which took a while. And yeah, just the thought of having to carry those, not only carry them 30 meters, but pick up and drop them, 3 times?
Yeah. No, thank you.
No.
I'm trying to remember what 125 is in my head. Oh.
240?
Yeah. I think that's about my PR.
Oh, 275.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
nope. 240 would be about my PR when it comes to running about 50 feet with the farmer's handles. We did 220 per hand for 100 feet at OSG last year, and that was an annihilator because the hurricane changed the event.
Yeah. It
was supposed to be one weight down and back, and then the heavier weight just down. They ended up shortening the event by making it the heavier weight for all weight classes down and back.
Yeah, I remember I was watching that from the comfort of my sofa.
Yeah, must be nice. All right.
Okay, I think Tom is getting ready for another attempt at the British record.
He stood up, getting those reassuring breaths
180
in.
kilograms.
He's just ready to attack it. No better time than now.
He knows what went wrong last time, and he knows not to repeat that.
I think he's got it in him. He's just got to make sure everything clicks beforehand. Another beautiful clean, a little bit easier in the rack position. Oh, not today.
Not today. No, I think he's called it there.
That was a better attempt than the first one. Seemed a little bit more clean, at least.
Yeah.
But just not quite there today, unfortunately.
So the British and world records stand.
All right. We're going to head off to commercial break, and then we'll come back and we'll check out those 125 kilogram farmer sandals. Woof.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
Your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
Rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. You just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do. Right, yeah!
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do. Right, yeah!
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? They can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday. We are a team of people who will always push to be better. And it builds a team of people who aren't here for money or glamour. You get people who are here because they want the best tools for their training possible and because they believe in what we're trying to do.
When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me.
Who gon' stop me in my moment? Who gon' stop me when I'm going? You can't break me, I don't back down. I'm like a king, give me my crown. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Who gon' stop me high? Yeah. Like a king, give me my crown.
Never settle. This idea of never settle. It doesn't matter whether you are going to the gym for the first time in your life or you're Mr. Universe. The never settle adage is just about wanting to be better than you were yesterday.
And we are back at Britain's Strongest Man, under 80 kilograms. We've got 3 events done with 3 events to go. Those first 3 events, they tested the strength, they tested the endurance. These last 3, these are all about speed.
Speed, especially with these farmers. Like the top 3 right now, it looks like they have a really big point spread, but with 3 more events, 10 points really isn't a whole lot in this field, especially if you have 1 mistake, 2 mistakes in an event like this where speed is definitely going to matter. If you drop it unexpectedly, and those are seconds that you need to win, these points could be basically anything at this point. So
we are going to see some fast times today. This is 125 kilograms over 30 meters with a drop at every 10 meters. Adam Rumney is up first. This is going to be a personal best run for him. He told me before this event his goal is just to complete it.
That's a good first goal. Get it done.
Get it done. It's going to be a huge PB for him. I think maybe the heaviest he's done in training is 120 kilograms per hand. So we're going to see some real grit, determination. He's got a lot of support here. There's a lot of people wearing Adam Rumney t-shirts. They all want him to do well.
He's more concerned about the movement right now than getting locked out. So I think he knows every meter counts.
Pick it up.
He's just going to have to.
He needs to
get it up and kind of. I think we're going to see this the whole time as the clock goes, but.
Yeah, he's going to need to stand straight up with it and then walk. He's trying to move it forward before he stood up.
He is not confident in the lockout, but he did get some movement, so it's better than a 0 for the event.
Yep.
As I say, every centimeter counts. In events like this, you don't want to get a 0 this point in the game, so just a little bit of movement is great. And I'm sure we're going to see somebody soon pick these up and sprint with them, and you're going to wonder why. But that is the level of competition we've got today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have experience with handles this way, and it's a heavy weight in each hand. I mean, in total, you are picking up 250 kilograms, and then you have to walk 30 meters with it.
And they just repped out at 255 kilos on the axle deadlift not too far before this. So
and then the sandbag carry as well. So their lower body is going to be absolutely spent, posterior chain fried. So we could see some athletes that we would normally expect to do well possibly make some mistakes just because of the fatigue.
The grip is probably not going to even be the issue at this point. It's probably just going to be the strength of the lower half.
All right, Finley's off to a good start. Andrew Nicholson not too far behind. Okay, quick pick up from Finley.
Beautiful turnaround. Oh man.
Drop from Finley. Andrew Nicholson takes the lead. Now it's all down to this final leg. Finley could still make it up.
Man, what a beautiful run.
Nice. Solid run from Andrew.
He will finish, but
Finley will get it over the line.
He got the down. Man.
That's the thing. When you drop those handles once,
you know you're going to be dropping them again.
Yeah.
3 passes in a lane is so difficult because you've already got 2 drops. So if you continue to drop it in the course, by the end of it, you're just so taxed.
Each pickup just drains that much more energy.
And that is why your grip strength is important, folks, because if you can hold it onto it the entire length of the course, and then those other drops are going to drain you if you cannot. So the amount of times picking it up, it's almost like a fat back farmer's event at that point where you're deadlifting it instead of running with it.
Okay, so now we've got Dan Ashcroft and Liam McConville. Now, Dan Ashcroft, one of the best log presses in the world. He does not like farmers carries. So he's going to really need to dig in and get it done. Liam off to a flying start.
Very concise with Dan over there.
I think Dan is taking it very slow and steady.
He's ensuring a strong run.
He knows his grip isn't the strongest. There we are. Okay, so we've got a couple of drops from Liam, just the one drop from Dan. See, this is just testament to the fact that 125 kilograms per hand, that's a heavy weight.
And it just gets worse every drop. I
Yep.
can't fathom what he's feeling out there right now.
So Liam's going to want to finish this. He's so close to the end.
I think he's capable of getting down there. You just gotta.
Yeah.
Oh no. He said, "I'm not though." So
Nearly there,
close.
just inches. I mean, this could still be good points if other athletes don't make it that far. Big celebration from Liam. Big celebration.
Every bit counts in this event. With 3 passes, there's so many opportunities for points at this point. Because if somebody starts dropping on their first pass, then you are probably guaranteed not finishing that final pass unless for some reason you just can suck it up and pull it out. But dropping in your first pass is going to definitely guarantee a hard struggle to the end.
Absolutely. You can see Dan Ashcroft very disappointed in his performance there.
He's got 2 more events. He can make up quite a bit of points still. He's sitting about mid-pack right now.
Yeah, he's currently, as the scores stand, down in 8th.
Down in 8th.
Yeah, I know he'd like to finish in the top 5. So Andrew Nicholson, so far the only man to finish.
Well, then you know the weight's good. People are finishing, but then people are also not really capable of doing it. That's the struggle with doing the top end of the class like this, where you only have 15 competitors coming. You don't know who's going to be able to do what, and you have to cater these weights to every aspect of every athlete that's coming in. So, like, somebody's going to come up here and make this look easy, and somebody's going to come up here and make this look very difficult, and that's when you know you've chosen a very good weight. Because if everyone makes it look easy, then you went too light. But if everyone struggles, then you've gone too heavy.
Absolutely.
I guess we could trust Luke and Reed and know these athletes, so.
Okay, so Tommy Chivers. This is his event. Tommy Chivers posted up a training video of him doing this run at this weight in under 16 seconds.
How do you think the bicep's going to affect this?
Well, that's the thing. Like, that would have been on a training day. That would have been, he probably would have done it fresh. Like, there's been a lot of heavy events before this. He'll still be quick. He will still be quick, but will he be 16 seconds quick?
If he does, it's going to be hard for me to contain myself if he is that fast.
Okay.
That's amazing. Oh,
That's
look
it.
like
That's
no
it.
issues.
There he is, and a quick pickup.
Oh my
I think we might be on
gosh.
for 16 seconds.
Beautiful.
No mistakes from Tommy. This is his event.
He knows.
Perfect. That's
And
it.
that's how you pick up points in a strongman competition right there, folks.
Tommy needed that.
That was textbook. From the turns to the repicks to the finish. He knew exactly where that line was at the end of every run. He knew exactly when to drop those farmers and executed that turn and repick. Amazing. That was awesome. And that's how a top tier athlete.
I think he just motioned that he just missed the 16-second mark. So maybe he got 16.5. What a shame.
Or maybe he got 1776. Don't mind me and my crude humor.
Okay, so we've got Welshman Tyrone Jones up against Dean McVie. Now this is where we both spoke to Dean, and Dean mentioned that the sandbag event, that was he called that to me. He said that was his managing event. He did better than he expected in the sandbag. These are the events where he's going to shine. He might not get to Tommy's time, but Dean is very, very
Getting
quick on the
second or
farmers.
third on this event will make waves for him towards the top of the podium instead of just hanging out on the podium.
Absolutely. He wants that title. He wants to be Britain's strongest man.
Yeah, yesterday he was very adamant at weigh-ins. He was very much like, this is my show. That last 3 events are my power events. If I can maintain a good position going into those 3, then I think I can become Britain's strongest U80.
That's it. He's just got 2 twins standing in his way.
World's strongest twins.
for a reason.
Yeah.
That's
And
it.
he's already
Solid
off. Beautiful.
Stomping down that course. Very
Another
quick pickup.
beautiful execution.
So confident.
And
Not
he's
as quick
going
as
that
Tommy,
final
but-
leg. I'm excited to see the time differences here.
Oh, dropped it just
Oh,
short.
no.
No, that's going to have cost a valuable second or so.
Wonder where we're at here. I was hoping for an official time announcement.
I don't think it was as quick as Tommy. I think it was quicker than Andrew Nicholson, who I believe is one of the only other people to have finished the course.
Yeah,
I think it
we've
was
only
quicker
had
than Kyle
3.
Scott. Yes, we will wait on official times. We're just speculating at the minute.
Yeah, don't take us as truths unless we tell you official.
I mean, it's very difficult to commentate and count Mississippis in your head while the athletes are doing their thing.
You do it. You guys do Mississippi's over here too.
Sometimes.
Oh, that's fantastic! I love it.
Dean's looking happy.
So we've got Tommy Shivers in first place with 60.
So it looks like Dean is second to Tommy.
Yep. Just
Dean
shook
with
hands.
21 seconds. Dean with 21 seconds. Just heard.
Amazing time still.
Matt Neese. Matt Neese is also very good at farmers. So there should be a quick run from him.
Both men up and moving.
Okay, Connor Cowan's flying. Just cycling
Looking
those legs.
very good.
It's a good pickup. Okay, Matt's being more deliberate with the pickups, but Connor is flying.
We definitely have another finisher here. Beautiful.
Hit. Solid
Ah.
run from Connor.
Well worth that
Know
excitement.
That meant a lot to him.
Yeah. A top tier performance like that right now is much needed. The points are definitely spread well enough to where it's anybody's game at this point.
Okay, Matt is going to need to dig in for this last few meters. He's just got to pick it up and go. 1 foot in front of the other.
And he
15
does
seconds.
thumbless grip that's so hard. At this point, it'd almost be smart to start recruiting the thumbs just because you get so much more out of your grip.
I think he said he felt like he was going a bit lightheaded there, so didn't want to carry on anymore.
That's fair. That's a heavy weight.
It's a shame for Matt. But yeah, excellent run from Connor.
These are beautifully made farmer's handles too. I love them actually. The base is big enough to where when you do drop it in the middle of a run, it's not going to topple over on you because even though there are clips on the farmer's handles which stop the weights from flying off, I've seen events where a top-loaded farmer's drops and then the weights fly across the lane and the athlete has to chase their plate to reload their own farmer before continuing their run. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I've heard guys on this set of farmers in particular, the handles are very, very smooth. So I think that people that maybe used to training on knurled handles.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often. I don't even know if Titan delivers over here or not, or how much Titan equipment you guys see over here in the UK.
Not too much.
But they have the metal knurled handles, and they are gnarly. So I actually prefer a smooth handle,
Yeah, me too.
especially if it's not painted smooth and it has more of like the grippy type feel, which these look really well made. So
Okay, so we've got Luke Phillips up against Tim Daglish. Tim Daglish currently sitting first overall.
sitting pretty at the top. Let's see if we can take him down a few notches or if he'll stay up there. I think he's capable of staying up there at this point.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
No
absolutely.
mistakes. Ooh,
It's a
he was unsure
bit
about the
unsteady,
weight
yeah.
there. Yeah. Ooh, see, toppled over.
Yep.
I cursed it. That's my bad.
Okay. This is definitely going to be a finish from Tim.
Probably not a top finish, but definitely a finish.
I think with the amount of guys that haven't finished at all,
Points are still good.
and the fact that he has finished this run without a drop, he's going to be happy with that.
It's almost like you need to carry a small piece of chalk with you out there. If you're somebody who's not confident in your grip, being able to hold on the entire run, putting a little bit of chalk in your belt is often a really like elite move, so you can stop in the middle of the run, re-chalk, re-grip, really make sure that you're using every aspect of your skill set to finish the run.
Absolutely. Luke
He was
having
out
a
there.
really, really tough time.
Yeah. You could kind of tell it was definitely his grip. His legs were strong enough to pick it up. He just could not keep a hold of the farmer sandals. It's a bummer. See, he is taking a piece of chalk with him down to the other end. It's going to be another good run, I think.
So we have got final heat, Joe Daglish up against the winner of the sandbag carry, Andrew Keys.
Who walked forever. What was it, like 300 and...
104.3 meters.
Yeah, so 300 and some feet over here.
Crazy. And if there was no time limit, he would have carried on for another 30 seconds
he didn't
easy.
have to stop. Max distance carries and I are not friends unless it's a Conan's wheel because it's connected to something. So you just lean in and move with it.
Okay, so I think I just heard that Tommy definitely got just over 16 seconds, which is a hell of a time, especially considering the events that have gone before.
Yeah, I can't. I would have loved to see how fast he could have done it fresh.
Okay, here we go. Final heat. Joe Daglish, Andrew Keys.
And they're both already up and moving.
That is
beautiful.
quick from Joe.
Oh, my Lanta.
Sit. Not as quick on the transition as Tommy, I don't think. But
he's
Andrew
still
Keys looking solid.
Beautiful.
Sit. Nice.
A little bit of struggle finally.
Andrew's going to finish it. Andrew needs this.
Awesome. Heck
Showboating
yeah.
for the crowd. Loves it.
Just initial drop. He's like, I'm done.
It's quite a heavy mic drop.
125 per hand mic drop. If that doesn't leave a statement, I don't know what will.
Okay, so we will get the updated scores through soon.
While they reset for the yoke sandbag medley. Oh man, 300 kilo yoke run. I tell you what, the way the yoke has progressed in the sport, just in general, is absolutely astronomical.
Yeah.
Like, I remember my first yoke run at a competition was like 270 pounds as a lightweight woman. And now at OSG, our lightweight women yoke is like 590. Wild.
So my first yoke at a competition was 180 kilograms, so like 400 pounds, over 20 meters, and it took me 10 meters there, 10 meters back. It took me 50 seconds. I'd never picked up a yoke before. I had no idea what I was doing.
That's a heavy first yoke, though. Like, oh, I've never done this before. Let me just give it a shot. We'll see how it goes.
But yeah, the progression is just crazy. I've only done a 300 kilogram yoke walk once at home, and if you'd have then told me to go back and pick up 210 kilogram sandbags and put them over the yoke, I would have told you where to go.
Don't know where to put the sandbags?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
You can take those and use your imagination. I'm very thankful we don't have the car walk again this year at OSG. It was a soul snatcher. Like,
but it looked cool.
Yeah, if you can move with
To the armchair viewer. To the armchair viewer, it looks.
I'm 5'1" and inside a car. You can see my head. I need a car seat to walk the car.
So yeah, I wonder if tomorrow we'll see anyone getting close to 16 seconds on 135 kilograms. Those guys.
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's a couple of men in that class who are typically 105 competitors. So
Yes.
they were able to make the cut. And I think, if I can remember right, no one had issues with the cut at all, even with the travel. A couple men ended up a little bit heavier than they anticipated when they landed, but I don't think anybody had any issues making weight for tomorrow. So
because if you're a 105 athlete, likelihood is your walk around weight would be above that, right?
typically, I know a couple of the competitors that just didn't enjoy the cut to U90 anymore. So, or there's more opportunities as a 105, so they would just walk around at whatever they walked around at and then show up at 105. Okay. Like my coach, Tyler Young, he walks around under 105 pretty significantly, at least probably 100, 101 kilo,
okay,
possibly. So he never had to cut weight when he competed at 105, but he had to cut a little bit of weight to make it back down. He hasn't done a U90 since before COVID, so.
Wow.
So I'm really excited to see how they all do. I guess cutting weight is sometimes the hardest part of the competition. Like, I know for me, it's more of a mental thing than even going out and stepping onto the competition floor.
Yeah, I see some of the social media posts from the athletes competing today that were maybe cutting down from 86, 87 kilograms. I know Dean McVie really puts himself through it. Saunas, baths, kind of sweatsuits.
Yeah, just do
all sorts.
by any means necessary.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the guys love using their sweat sticks too. Those don't typically work for me. I do try them, and you're supposed to like dump weight pretty quickly. Like they make you sweat profusely. It does not work like that for me, which is unfortunate. But
my first high-level competition was Britain's Strongest Man under 80 kilograms in 2021. When it was there was no qualifier that year. It was just Britain's Strongest Man, all encompassed, and the 3-hour journey up, I was wearing bin bags, hoodies, and still had to spend 20 minutes on a rower. Okay, so I think we're just about ready to get those updated scores through.
looking like the top is getting pretty cozy.
Okay, we still have the world's strongest twins on that podium. Joe Daglish in first place, tied with Dean McVie. That makes things very interesting. Tim Daglish in third. Tommy Chivers still in with a shot on the podium.
He's proving why he was the winner previous.
Absolutely. And then we go down to Kyle Scott and Connor Cowens. It's pretty tight for points in the middle of that table. Yeah.
Yeah, I think once we get to after about top 5, I think the bottom 5 of the top 10 are going to be fighting it out just as the top 5 are right now. Unless somebody can really pull through in the bottom of the top 10 right now, I think the top 5 are pretty comfy. They might just switch around a bit up there themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. But there's still all to play for if you are in the middle of the table, because at the end of the day, you are competing to find out where you stack up in among the strongest men in Britain.
Yeah, just because you're a certain place in the standing doesn't mean you stay there and get comfy. You still work your heart out. You cut the weight. You put in the prep. Absolutely. You don't just show up and give up just because you're in 7th when you wanted to be higher, or you might be 14th out of 15th right now. Does not mean you stop, because you could end up in the top 10 still.
Yep.
2 events is a lot with a 15-point spread.
I was speaking to one of the athletes earlier who, after a couple of disappointing results, told me that he contemplated for a second pulling out of the rest of the competition.
That is not a good mentality.
Stared him dead in the eyes and said, no, this could be. Every athlete here is qualified for this competition.
You deserve to be here.
Who says you're going to qualify for this competition again? Because every year there's new talent. Every year people are improving. So you make the most of your time here.
Yeah, unless you have an injury or
Absolutely.
something else happens to where you cannot compete physically, you do not pull out of a show, especially of this level. Like, it shows where you're at, like you said, and 2, you never know when you're going to be able to come back. And then also, what does that say to your competitors? Like, your fellow competitors, the people that are here with you, like, what? You just want to give it to them?
Yep.
Like, they want to work for it just as hard as you do, and just because you're not where you want to be doesn't mean you just stop doing it. That is not a good mentality to have in this sport, because, like you said, things change so fast. I just remember, like, 3 years ago, when the overhead weights for the lightweight women were like 40 pounds less than what they are now. Like, things progress so fast and people keep up with it. And if you decide you don't want to keep up with it, it's hard to get back into it. And
Absolutely.
I think we're going to see some fast movers on this yoke.
Well, that's the thing as well. With the events that are yet to come, there could still be some surprises. So even if you are dead last at the bottom of the table or among the bottom 2 or 3, you could still pull out an amazing result on this yoke event or the power stairs.
Yeah,
So-
winning an event gives you 15 points. That is anybody's game. If you give somebody 15 points who
Exactly.
thought they wanted to pull out and they didn't, changing it up. It's one thing I love about this sport is you don't know who's going to win unless somebody is clearly running away with it right now. And yes, our top 3 have a really good point spread for the rest of the game right now, but 15 points is a lot of points. If the top 3 don't win, maybe if they don't even get top 5 in this event, then that's a huge
which
spread.
could happen.
Yeah.
Could happen. The bar on the yoke, if that's set even slightly wrong, maybe too high for the sandbag to make the sandbag low tricky. Maybe it's too low for the pickup of the yoke.
Yeah, it's like, do you trust yourself and be able to squat the yoke a little bit before the run because you want a lower bar to load your sandbag to? Or are you confident in your triple extension after running with a heavy yoke and carrying 2 heavy sandbags on your chest to be able to load them as well? This is where the mind games start to come in because you start watching the other men that you're competing against doing it, executing it maybe a little bit differently but more efficiently than what you might have been doing it. And it kind of makes you wonder, do I need to change my strategy? Do not change your strategy.
Never. There's a client of mine I coached for a first timers competition which had a keg carry. If he's watching this live stream, he'll be laughing. I had a keg carry and the entire prep we were carrying the keg a certain way, kind of diagonally, very efficiently. It was working very well. And then on the day, he decides to carry the keg a different way.
Oh, no.
Drops it.
Oh, no.
And I have not let him forget that.
Good. It's a good lesson to learn.
That's why we never change things on comp day.
The only time you change something on comp day is if something breaks and you have to think on your feet and change entirely. Like, so I know I keep referencing the Denver show just a few weeks ago, but our power stairs, the implement we were loading the duck walks onto were narrow, very narrow. Like, it hardly fit the implement on top. And if you dumped it onto the other side, you had to run around, re-pick it, carry it around, and reload it onto the stairs because
That
that's
happened
how.
to someone,
and
did
it
it?
did,
Yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, there was no room for the pendulum swing either into the extension to load the power stair. So a lot of us started zerchering
Yes.
the stairs because it's like you have to. That's not how I train this event, but with the way the implement was designed, I could not, with being 5'1", effectively shrug like a what? It was probably like 300 and some pound duck walk onto the top step. So we're all just zerchering them. It was a fun time. Not sure how much longer they're going to be warming up for, but
So I think the yoke heights were all set before the competition.
yeah, they
But
have them.
I think guys are just diving in just to get a feel for the yoke.
Probably. Everyone's looking ready, at least. Pretty excited about this one. I haven't seen this event since 2018 OSG. They had a similar event, but it was only one sandbag, if I can remember correctly, and the lanes were a little bit longer.
That's going to be the difference maker, isn't it? Because it's bad enough doing the yoke, running back for a heavy sandbag. You've then got to run back for a second heavy sandbag, do that run again, and still load it over the bar.
Yeah. Gotta make it fun somehow, right? Little changes to each event. It's like, oh, I've seen an event like this before. Oh, but wait, this one's a little bit different.
Be interesting to see if any athletes shoulder the
I was
sandbag.
just about ready to say that. Like, I know if you do pick a high yoke or a more efficient yoke for a run height, will you then shoulder the sandbag to get it up over the bar? I'm excited to see, honestly.
Yeah.
I do know of one athlete that'll probably shoulder tomorrow, but I'll keep those cards to my chest.
I think I know someone that will probably shoulder tomorrow.
Very fortunate, though, this setup is so well, just because even though this is this isn't the first Britain's Strongest U80, this is the first Chaos Classic of its sort for the whole weekend, and the amount of sponsorship that we have already seen for the first weekend of something like this happening, it's just phenomenal. These companies, it's just such a small sport, for them to come out and to help us, put on shows like this for the weight class athletes. Like you had mentioned earlier in the live stream, like you didn't even know weight class strongman was a thing. So to be able to get this amount of support for this weekend is just awesome. I can't even put into words really what Ree and Luke do for the sport over here in the UK. It's phenomenal. I can't wait to see what the next 3 years bring, because their heads are still churning with ideas for more opportunities and more things for us as weight class athletes, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, 100%. And just going back to the weight class side of things, just from a spectator point of view, when you watch the open weights move those sorts of implements and lift those sorts of weights, it's kind of hard to quantify, but when you watch the weight class athletes and you see someone a similar size and build to yourself doing these amazing things,
it's like, I can do that.
Yeah, on the one hand, it could be kind of intimidating that, I can't do that, but also inspiring that these guys can do this sort of stuff, so you can potentially too.
Yeah, right? Like when you see a 400-pound man, you assume he should be able to lift a 400-pound log, correct? Yeah. Or more. Just because when you watch these U80 men lift 135 kilos, pound for pound, the weight class side of the sport is phenomenal. I can't speak to it enough. I know I'm a lightweight, you're a lightweight, and we're probably more fond of the lightweights than we are of any other weight class, just because it's what we're surrounded by. But every single weight class in this sport is lifting well over their body weight in every type of medley, every type of overhead, and I just think it's hard to quantify that because we're not large. So it doesn't look like the weights we're lifting are large. But if you look at the numbers, everything is quote unquote more impressive by the numbers as a weight class athlete than as the open athlete, in my opinion. Just throw that in there. Don't want to speak for everybody. Excuse me. But all of the implements that we ran as lightweight women weighing in at 140 pounds, 64 kilo. Most of our loading implements were 200 pounds. So what's that, 88, 87 kilos, something like that, 90,
like that,
yeah. 91 maybe, I think is 200, if I can remember right. Sorry for the conversion, terrible. I'm terrible. Just call me the stupid American, it's fine. I'm here for a good time. Not a smart time.
I think we just had a bit of an issue with the floor there. I think that's one of the dangers of this event, the yoke digging up the floor. Those sharp feet.
Yeah, we don't have sled bottoms on the yoke like we did on the farmers. When you're warming up, you're not really in tune with the whole competition mindset. You just want to pick it up and move with it, feel the weight. You don't think about what possibly is going to happen if you drop it wrong or if you kind of just glide it through, which is not how you're typically going to run in a competition scene.
But yeah, to go back to the organization, Luke and Rhiannon, they're encountering problems such as the floor was kind of slippy, so they put chalk down. The yoke is digging up. They're problem solving on the fly to make sure that this competition and tomorrow's competition run as smoothly and as safely for all the athletes. There's a lot of care and attention that has gone into this competition. Yeah,
during the commercial break, they were actually screwing corners of the mat down and screwing these wood separators onto the mat, so that way men aren't kicking them or aren't shifting the lane and into somebody else's lane if the yoke touches that wood barrier. So they really do have the athlete in mind for every situation, for every event. But are athletes themselves. Both have competed at the highest level of the sport in their respected weight class or even higher weight class. Rhee has heavyweight records. So Luke has 105 records. I don't know if he's 105 currently.
I think he's tried a couple of times.
But I think, oh,
yeah.
That's not a good time.
They definitely have to do something about the floor. Which, I mean, it would be all well and good if every single one of these athletes are going to flawlessly run this yoke
to the other side.
But as we saw from the farmers, it's tricky. It's tricky. So if there are drops, the last thing we want is for the yoke to get caught under the mats.
Yeah, and then have to try to step up over the top of the mat as it's flipping underneath your yoke to finish your lane. So, got a joke for you.
Okay, hit me.
What's red, black, and white and strong all over? This competition. It's like I'd look out onto the field and everything's just red, black, and white. Between the Cerberus and the Chaos, everything.
It's a very good joke. Very good joke.
It's a terrible joke. You're not supposed to say it's good. I could start pulling my dad jokes out. I don't think anybody would really like that.
We're getting close to the start of the event.
Everyone's like, oh man, it's time to turn off the live stream. Panda's finally being Panda. Please stop watching. But no.
So, based off what you've seen today, considering that you didn't necessarily know all of these athletes particularly well, is there anyone you're favouring for the podium?
Dean was already a soft spot for me as the top of the podium for this weekend because he is one of the athletes that I do know and do follow quite closely. There are some men that are showcasing themselves quite well that I did not know before, so I will definitely get on the Instagrams later and give a couple a follow. But it's been really nice to see. Like, I know the twins, I knew that they would be somewhere near the podium, if not on the podium themselves. So, but I can't remember the Husafel, the first run.
Andrew Keys.
Yeah,
Andrew
that
Keys,
was absolutely astronomical. That was a surprise for me just because I don't know him that well. So I thought he was just going to keep going. It's like Forrest Gump.
Yeah, that's it. I have done 11 or been in 11 competitions with Andrew Keys. Not necessarily always competing against him, but yeah, we've somehow found ourselves competing together quite often. So yeah, I've seen what he's capable of.
So the nice thing about Britain comps is that you guys don't have as much obviously, like a 4-hour drive is still not fun.
Yeah.
But Britain as size of country and the way that you guys also respect the sport much differently and much better, in my opinion, than most American spectators or even athletes. So you guys get to see your respective competitors much more frequently. I only get to see Rhee once, maybe twice a year.
Yeah.
And then the other girls in my weight class that are American as well, unless I travel 16, 20 plus hours to a comp in their state, I don't see them that often. So it's very fortunate that you guys do have such a great community here in the UK, that you guys are basically at all the same shows together. You get to build a real good rapport with your weight class. And I'm fortunate that the U64 class is great, is in friendship and support and camaraderie. But to be able to also just be hours from each other here, compete at basically all the same shows together, maybe even prep together. Like, I don't even get to prep with many people in my weight class or even many people in the sport. So the sport is phenomenal over here. And getting to come over here and see it in action has been awesome for me this weekend. So I'm very grateful for that opportunity, as well as being here to commentate.
Yeah, the best thing I ever did was discover weight class strongman. I've never been particularly sporty myself, I started lifting weights 11 years ago because my younger brother beat me in an arm wrestle.
That's a good reason to start.
That was the only reason. Yeah. And then from there, just tried a few different things. But as soon as I did my first strongman competition, I thought, right, that's it. And then, as you say, we do see each other quite a lot in the under 80 kilogram class, because under 80 kilogram competitions, they're not too common. So when there is one,
everyone shows up.
A lot of the same faces will show up.
Which is to be expected, and it's so hard to conceptualize that for America, especially women's weight classes. So I do love the way the sport runs over here, just with how tight-knit everybody is. I wish we could get something similar in the States.
And everybody's so supportive of each other as well. It really can't be overstated just how supportive everyone is of everybody else, even though they're in direct competition. So even though Dean and Joe are tied on points for first place, I know that Dean is going to be cheering Joe on, and vice versa.
Yeah, as much as how difficult it is to see the person beating you continue to beat you, you don't want them to go soft on you. So
No.
Tough competition is the best competition.
Absolutely. And this is a very, very tough competition.
Not only in weight, but also in the field of athletes.
In all aspects. All aspects.
And I do have to say, the pit crew, I will call them, of loaders and spotters have been phenomenal this weekend. I don't know if you really paid much attention during the log, but the changes of weights was faster than a NASCAR pit stop.
So quick. So quick, so efficient.
I am live. And we've got Dean being Dean behind us.
Something.
How are you feeling?
Tired.
See ya.
Dean McVie. There he is.
Special feature, unannounced.
That's kind of why he's one of the poster boys. You'll see Dean all over the place. Videos, posters for weight class strongman, because he's one of the big personalities. He's a big ambassador for the sport. He referees. He helps out at competitions. He really immerses himself in the sport.
That's really the best way to market yourself in weight class strongman, is to just go to competitions, whether you're working them or just walking around marketing for yourself and letting people know who you are. Nobody's going to know who you are as a weight class athlete in the sport unless you, one, do something amazing on camera, or two, you still immerse yourself in the community, volunteer, work a competition, or just go and support your fellow competitors.
So with that being said, I am Danny Curtis from Made of Metal Personal Training, aka Britain's Strongest Drummer.
There you go.
I've been calling myself Britain's Strongest Drummer since Britain's Strongest Man 2021. No one as yet has pulled me up on the fact that they're
also a drummer and stronger than you.
Yeah. So I'm claiming it. It's
undisputed right now.
Right now it's undisputed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I can't claim World's Strongest Panda. There are many powerlifters that go by Panda who are probably a lot stronger than me.
That's it. I haven't competed internationally yet, so I'm hoping to become Europe's strongest drummer one day. Maybe the world's strongest drummer, who knows?
You can still claim it.
I can claim it, but...
And then somebody disputes it, then you show up.
Yeah. Good point. I'll change my social media handles tonight.
Yes. I'm such an inspiration. Influence this.
Okay, I think we are getting ready. The bags seem to be in place.
Some more strength shop equipment. It's an is that the interesting Velcro closure on these? I never seen a Velcro closure around the midsection of a sandbag like that before.
I think I would prefer that.
Yeah, the Cerberus bags have it on top. Revised sandbags are on top, which are the bags that I'm used to.
Sometimes when the Velcro is over the top, I get get caught in the Velcro, get caught in the fastening, and
That makes sense.
just the bag slips. So around the side,
But
around
yeah.
the side could be good.
So we'll see how it works out. I feel like for me, the Velcro would get caught if it's around the midsection because I can't pop it up very fast. So I don't know. But that's where body differences come into play too. Where you're a taller athlete versus me as a shorter athlete. Different concerns.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then how many belts do you think we're going to see fly after the yoke as they sprint towards that first sandbag?
See, I like to be kind of cheeky with my chunky SBD belt, and I like to use the buckle as kind of a rest.
There you go.
So I personally, unless it was a lighter sandbag for me, I knew it was a lighter sandbag for me, I might keep hold of the belt and just
fair.
use it as a bit of support. And then all I've got to do, as you say, triple extension, just roll it up my chest and pop it over. But yes, I'm sure the athletes have been told that if they are going to throw their belt, they have to throw it away outside of the... Not
towards their competitor?
No, not towards
crossing
their
lanes? Huh. It's a good way to slow your competitor down, though. So
Okay, so we have got...
we'll just start off with one, right?
Okay, we've got Tyrone Jones
Beautiful.
going out by himself. 300 kilogram yoke, 2 110 kilogram sandbags.
And he's off.
Steady on the yoke.
So it looks like he decided for a little bit of a lower pick.
Yep. So he's going to run back. How's he going to pick up that bag? On its side.
Let's see how this goes.
He's wearing those gloves for extra grip as well.
I can't even imagine setting the precedent for such a strenuous event, being the first to go by myself. You're kind of letting everybody know what they might have an issue with.
He had a slip on that first attempt at loading the sandbag. Now he's holding it vertically. That worked out better for him. Is he going to do the same with this other sandbag?
I don't know. I don't even feel like I would be confident loading a sandbag like that. That was amazing.
No, that seemed like a desperate attempt.
Yeah. If he just moves this, that'll give him more points than he probably
Absolutely. You
thinks
still get a
he's
distance.
And that is why I do not wear gloves when I do sandbag stuff, because you can't control where your fingers are at. The glove will shift more than your hands will. And
It's almost like adding a second layer of skin, isn't it?
yeah, that has no nerve endings of feeling. Yeah, it's awful. 0 out of 10 recommend. I don't know if tactile is allowed. I guess I didn't even think about that. But most competitors will have like a tactile hanging from their warming shorts, so that way they can run through from the yoke down to the bag and have a little bit of tack, but nothing too crazy.
That's a low pick.
I was about to say that's a low pick.
And that's one of the things with these really heavy events is resetting.
Yeah, the weight for somebody who is of a higher weight class might not be too heavy, but if they're a shorter competitor versus the taller competitor, then just picking the implement up is going to be stressful. But of course, a woman shows everyone how it's done. It's fine. I love how they're even taking care to put clamps on the yoke. I've never seen anybody pop a weight off of a yoke before, but...
No, I don't think I have either, but safety first.
Right? Better to be safe than sorry.
Okay, next two. Adam Rumney and Luke Phillips. Adam Rumney, I know he was disappointed for that farmer's run. He didn't get anywhere near what he wanted. This is his chance.
Our loaders and spotters really are phenomenal today. Just very quick, very efficient. I've not heard many complaints from the athletes either on any possible misloads or anything like that. So
that is a very low pickup for Adam.
he's like, well, I'll take the strain in my quads for the pick, and then should be great for the extension.
Yeah, if he can make this run,
Yeah, because that's...
I don't think there's any question about the sandbags, provided he could pick them off the floor.
Correct. He is quite tall to pick that low. You are right. I'm just watching him walk past that yoke.
So just to remind people, this is Adam Rumney's second strongman competition ever. He has Crohn's disease. He was laid up in hospital 2 years ago, unsure whether he'd be able to train or compete ever. He told me he watched the highlights from Britain's Strongest Man 2021 and said one day he wanted to be there. He's picked it up.
That's amazing. Oh, no.
Oh, it just slipped off his back.
Yeah, his upper
Keep it
back
steady,
cannot
Adam, keep it
stay
steady.
tight. There he goes. Oh, no.
That's it. Okay, now
All
we can
right.
get the bags. If he finishes this is going to be big.
Right. Yeah, all he really needs to do is get that second bag at some feet away from the distance of the starting line, and he'll have more points than he could even probably imagine at this point. So
Absolutely. That's it. Nice and steady from Adam. He can reset and pop it over if he needs to.
Man.
That triple extension.
Oh, man. Oh, no. That is the worst feeling right
Luke
there.
Phillips struggling with that second bag. It's so demoralizing if you miss that first attempt.
You just watch the bag flop back down to the ground.
Those bags are heavy, and they don't get any lighter if you drop them.
It's not as heavy as that Husafel sandbag, but it's still a sandbag, and sandbags are just so much harder to pick up than a solid 110 kilo, like in a keg or in a block or something similar.
Exactly. Just the smallest shift in the sand can just throw things off completely. But that low yoke bar nearly paid off.
Yeah, nearly. That was impressive. His quads are going to be screaming at him for power stairs, so I guess I'll be excited to see how that goes.
Yeah.
But so far, we have not had anybody finish, so excited to see who our first finisher will be.
So I think Matt Neese is coming up, and Matt Neese is very comfortable with a sandbag. So if he has a decent run on the yoke, I fancy him to finish the two bags. He can quite happily, quite handily load a 140 bag.
Oh, wow.
So 110, as long as he picks it up nice and quick, gets it in position.
Hey, Luke can still carry a yoke, everybody. I told him I was going to heckle him all weekend long. He can't even defend himself. He'll sit back and watch this later and Panda! I can hear it now. I think they're going to start everything on the opposite end this round.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Much better than trying to carry the yoke all the way back down here.
Okay, so looks like it's Matt Neese and Dan Ashcroft. Okay. His nickname is Flash. So
Think he's going to show that now?
Let's hope so. He's going to be looking to make up some ground from that farmer's run.
We're definitely going to see a finisher now.
Yep.
I am excited. A little stagger start.
Okay, it's going to be a drag race for the yoke.
Oh, yeah.
Quick start from Matt. Dan looking solid. Oh,
nice.
that's it. Okay, now we're on to the
Very
sandbags. I think
quick.
both of these guys should be good with the sandbag.
There it is.
Nice from Dan. Is Matt going to go straight over? Nearly.
No. Oh, no.
That's it. Okay, Matt's got one back over.
Dean is still working on that sandbag. It is so much strain going through his upper body right now. I can't imagine how his biceps are feeling.
Dan's just going to reset. Matt is on this second bag. I think he's going to do it. That's a very high
Dan
yoke
is
bar for him,
tapping out.
though. Dan's tapped out. We might get our first finisher, though.
There it is. Oh, no. So close.
So close.
That is where picking your yoke height is going to help you out there. If he would have just gone
One
a
notch.
smidge lower,
Yeah,
one
one notch
notch lower, he would have definitely had that second load. Strategery is key.
Strategery is the word.
Not bird? Oh, man.
So I would say that was quite surprising.
Yeah, I thought we would have two finishers there.
Yeah.
I think Dean would have done better. Both would have done better with a little bit lower of a pick. They both ran that yoke well. I think they still would have run it well with a slower pick at the start, and they would have probably been able to finish the sandbags
absolutely.
as well. That's one of those. This is one of those events where when you don't finish, all you sit down and think is, "Man, I could have done this differently. I could have done that differently." There are so many variables in an event like this that when you don't finish or you don't do as well as you would hope, you just break down every single variable, and then you have one event left. You have to pull yourself out of that hole and
That's
get
it.
back to it.
You can't dwell on it. No matter how you've done in this event, you can't dwell on it because there's still one to go. Okay, we've got Liam McConville, Finley Mercer.
Not jinxing anybody this time about saying
Nope,
we're going to
me
have
neither.
finishers. We're just going to watch and see how it goes. Hope we have a finisher.
Finley is looking fired up. And Finley's got quite a low yoke bar.
That is low, but
I think Liam's going fairly low as well. Liam's one of the taller athletes as well, so if they can do a solid yoke run,
I think in an event like this, if you can pick the yoke at about your diaphragm height or lower, then that would be the best call, because then when you go into that triple extension, you're already going to be over the bar, no matter.
Finley starting with a staggered stance as well. Very good.
Oh my
Wow.
Lanta,
Look at
that was amazing,
Oh, too fast for his own good.
but
Okay.
still great.
Quick on the transition, slipped over. Oh my God.
He is excited
Wow.
about finishing this event. I think he's got it in him.
Liam's got the yoke up now. Finley's carrying the bag.
That is the perfect height for him. Oh no, he needs to reset. There it is.
There it is.
Get
There it
underneath
is.
of it.
Right.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
more. He's deliberately not going back quick this time. He doesn't want another slip.
He's got to be concise and accurate. This is big points right
This
here.
is big points. Right, Liam's
Oh my
finally got
gosh.
to the bag. We'll see how his load goes.
I really would love to see Finley finish this, but he's having a hard time getting that bag to his lap. There he is. He's got it to his
Got the
lap.
bag.
Oh no, but that is still points.
This event is just
So demoralizing. Oh my gosh.
it is sapping every last piece of energy out of these guys. This is the fifth event. It just goes to show how demanding those previous 4 events have been.
These men need some sugar.
These men need a hug.
I guess that's a form of sugar. So we'll pull up a Cash App. Every dollar you donate, we'll give a hug to the boys. Oh, man.
Still yet to have anybody finish.
And you know this, none of these men, this is not how training went.
No.
Because unless you did a full comp day, training day, you're probably not this tired anytime that you trained this event. You could do all the leg extensions, all the leg curls, burn your legs out, and then go to this event, and it's still not going to feel as exhausting as it is right now.
Absolutely.
That is one of my favorite things to do to my athletes when they have a heavy yoke or like a heavy medley in the middle of a show, is on that day for training is just burn out their whole lower half, like with hypertrophy, almost like a bodybuilding day. And then you make them run multiple yoke runs and multiple sandbag carries with jelly legs.
Yeah. I'm glad you're not my coach.
And all my athletes are like, well, time to rethink, Panda. That's how it works best for me. Before I started my CrossFit journey, that was how I felt I was best prepared for things like medleys, because I hate doing full comp day training days. So to get my legs in the same type of exhausted mood, I guess, would be the best word. I would just burn them out.
Andrew Key's going for a standard yoke height, I'd say. That's probably the sort of height bar I would expect him to use for a normal run.
Do you anticipate him shouldering these sandbags?
I think he's going to shoulder these sandbags.
Yeah.
I think he has seen everybody else struggle. He is going to take an extra few seconds to get the bags to his shoulder for a very easy load.
Well, he easily popped that 155 or 150 Husafel up to his chest.
Yeah.
So I have no doubts that he'd be able to shoulder these 110 bags. And he's so athletic.
Yeah.
And that's what this type of event needs. And I mean, a lot of these men are so strong that these weights shouldn't be an issue for them. But when you're running back and forth, your endurance and your athleticism is key.
Okay, Andrew Keys, Tim Daglish.
Both have about a standard yoke height, so I wonder if we'll see two athletes attempt to shoulder these bags.
I mean, it seems to be the way to go.
Hopefully neither have changed their decision at last moment, and this has been how they've been training. But at this point, 2 bags is huge points. So both moving.
I don't think Andrew's too worried about a quick yoke. I think he just wants to get the yoke done and save enough energy for the sandbags.
Probably not a bad call.
Okay.
No shoulder,
Tim's looking
but
good.
He does have a strong upper back, so no issues. No issues for either athlete.
Okay,
wow.
we might see some finishes.
Yes. They are making light work of these bags.
Points. That's it.
Our first finisher.
And Andrew coming in.
No problem with this. No issues.
Easy for Andrew. Well done.
It makes you wonder just effectively what other athletes ran into when these other men make this look so easy.
Yeah.
But it's all about knowing your body, knowing what you're capable of, and knowing not to take any crazy chances on an event like this. Both stuck with a regular yoke height, and both knew and relied on the strength of their upper backs. That's a confident and experienced athlete.
And neither seemed to particularly rush.
Yeah, very concise movements the whole entire time.
Absolutely.
I am ready for 2 more runs exactly like those. That was exciting to watch.
That's what we want to see from now. Definitely.
Did she say the time? I didn't hear it.
I missed the time. I was trying to look to see who we've got coming up next. I think it's Joe Daglish and Andrew Nicholson.
Yeah. Got a little bit lower yoke height again here on lane 2. And you can also tell the experience of the athlete when they check each implement, make sure it's exactly how they want it before they, make contact with the implement during the event.
Absolutely. So you can see Andrew has almost angled his sandbags to the right. So it kind of says to me that as soon as he gets back, he's just going to tip them over to the right, get a hand underneath, and just try and go. Very smart.
I love when a promoter tells you the implement is yours when it's your turn, but you only have X amount of time. When we say go, you better be ready, because then you do get to set everything up exactly how you need it to be for the best execution.
Okay, we've got Joe Daglish, Andrew Nicholson.
And they're off. Both very
Solid
strong
yokes.
with the yoke. Beautiful.
Okay.
Oh no, that is going to slow him down in the sandbag.
We've got a problem with the mat. Hopefully that's not going to affect Andrew too much.
Yeah, hopefully he can step over and get a good extension still.
Excellent from Joe.
Oh no!
Miss from Andrew.
That
Okay,
is
Joe Daglish
detrimental.
on the second bag.
But it helps him get that mat down a little.
Again, Joe, nice and deliberate.
And he is done. Beautiful.
So we've got 3 finishers so far. Andrew Nicholson struggling.
No, the yoke height is just a little too tall for him right now. And having to re-pick the bag for a third time now.
Just sapping energy.
His upper back is just fried. Dang.
He'll be disappointed with that.
He just looked up to the sky and asked why. I saw it. You could see it written all over his face. That's so hard. Are we to our final 2 athletes?
I think we've got 2 heats left.
2 heats. Okay. Perfect.
And the next 2 athletes, I imagine, will attack this. We've got Dean McVie and Kyle Scott. So Dean made up some ground in terms of points on that farmer's carry.
And he's looking to definitely make up some more points here. He wants that top podium
Absolutely.
position.
Narrowly missed out on the podium last year, Dean McVie.
He came back with vengeance. I love when an athlete comes back with just a little chip on their shoulder, just enough to give him that motivation to work a little bit harder because he knows where he belongs, and it's just a matter of getting there.
Well, he's come into this competition as the 3rd strongest under 80 kilogram athlete in the world.
So why not be Britain's best, right?
Exactly. He's got lots of high-level competitions coming up, and he wants to make a statement on this first stop. Britain's strongest man.
I feel like that's a pretty good stamp on the resume to continue onwards.
And so Joe is taking the lead with 34.2. So it's time for the next
30.
Joe Daglish in the lead with 34.2 seconds. That's quick.
That's no mistakes. That's concise movement. It's deliberate. It's exactly what you need to get points.
Okay, so Kyle Scott, Dean McVie. Kyle not wearing a grip top. See a lot of people wearing grip tops for this yoke event.
He's a very high yoke pick as well. Dean just a little squatty, not too much.
He's very powerful though. I think he can deal with a low yoke
And
bar.
Dean is
That's
down.
it, nice and quick from Dean. That's quick on the bag. That's quick on the bag.
Big.
He's going to pop this over.
Big
That's
moves.
it, no mistakes. There was some clearance on that.
True extension.
Good effort from
Beautiful.
Kyle as well. Second bag from Dean. 34 seconds to beat. Is he going to do it?
Oh my!
He just
here
needs to
goes.
pop it over. Down, up.
Beautiful load. There it is.
Good
Yeah.
effort. And Kyle coming in. He's going to get that second bag as well.
finishers. Yeah.
Excellent. That's
Love
what we like to
that.
see.
With his struggle on the yoke, I was not sure how he was going to fare with those bags, but he came back and he finished. That was awesome. And of course, Dean had a beautiful finish.
Of course.
Expect nothing less.
We'll wait for the official time.
Dean is throwing a finger up that he got first,
Dean McVie takes the lead.
and he's ecstatic. It might seem like he's mad, but he's really excited.
He is one of the most intense athletes to watch.
Definitely one of my favorites.
Okay,
Let's
so
see
we've got
how-
two athletes left. We've got Tommy Chivers and we've got Connor Cowens.
Tommy is angling in for that podium finish, so He's got to beat that 34 as well if he really wants to take aim in that last event to really hit that podium and secure that position.
Connor Cowens is another one. He's very comfortable with a sandbag. Last year at Britain's Strongest Man, we had two sandbags loaded into a sled, carry the sled back to the start line, and Connor Cowens won that event. So picking up and carrying the bags, he's got no problem with. How will he do after a 300 kilogram yoke? We'll find out.
Let's find out.
We have one gloved athlete, one barehanded athlete.
Okay, quick start from Connor.
Both moving
Tommy
very
catching
well
up
with
low.
that yoke.
Both yokes down basically the same time, so it all comes down to the bags.
Oh,
Connor going
here we
vertical.
go.
Okay.
Already moving. Fast.
Oh,
Easy for
got
Tommy.
caught for Connor.
Oh, the
No,
vertical
Connor
bag
slipped.
might not be a good decision here.
Tommy's still moving well though.
Oh,
This is
he
going to be
got it.
valuable for Tommy.
Holy cow.
Connor just needs to focus on the finish now.
Oh, no. He's got to get underneath of it. The biceps already
Bicep,
angry.
yeah. Okay, so I think Dean McVie takes the win on this event.
I think you are correct.
Connor Cowens pips Tommy Chivers.
Tommy still needs to finish. Oh, no.
An unexpected twist. That just goes to show you just stick with it.
And
Never give
don't
up.
change up what you practice and how you train.
No.
Because he could have easily been intimidated by everyone missing on a horizontal load, and then he decided to, change it up and do horizontal as well. But nope, he kept it vertical because he knows that works best for him, and he finished it up. Think that's going to save him quite a few points, and
Well, this is
Could put
this
him
is
in a
what
better
this is what
position.
Dean wants. Dean wants people to get in between those podium spots. Like, yeah, this is. I can't wait to see the updated scores.
Yeah,
this
same.
This is going to
Like
be exciting.
biting my nails. Going into the last event, who's in
Going
the
into
lead?
the final event.
Power stairs is. I don't know what's worse, an ascending Atlas Stone medley or a power stairs. Like, both events are just so demanding of the whole body. Like, it's so exhausting just to have to look at these heavy implements and be like, that's not just my lower half. That's not just a push over my head. It's like I have to pick it, shove it, extend with it, jump up with it, run back down to grab another one. Your upper back's going to be exhausted. Your whole posterior chain's going to be exhausted. Your quads are going to be exhausted because you're basically doing a box jump between every load. So much athleticism, again, into this last event.
And these guys will be going up 9 steps with 3 implements, 3 steps.
Ascending weights, 150, 160, 170. And no descending heights like you would in an Atlas Stone medley where the heavier stone goes to a lower platform. Every platform is the same.
So we are getting ready for the power stairs. We are just waiting for those updated scores. They'll be coming through very soon, but I think that puts Dean McVie in the lead. We're just waiting for the official
Yeah,
word to
everything
come
is
through.
just us speculating at
Oh,
this
yeah.
point.
Yeah,
Don't listen to us
speculating.
for official scorekeeping until we say the official leaderboard. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. I made some predictions before the competition, and
How are you faring?
I think 2/3 of my predictions are looking pretty good.
Did you bet on any? No illegal betting, no gambling? Not on the live stream, at least. I bet a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay?
So yeah, it's been a heck of a day so far. It's same again tomorrow. 28 athletes tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember how many confirmed. I think Rhiannon actually said 25.
Okay.
We had
Still
a couple had to drop out due to injury, so.
quite the field.
the fact that it's an invitational, mostly with a few athletes who also earn spots via the online qualifier. We even have people like John Hack coming over. This is going to be his first like true test of strongman. Like, he knows he would like eventually to do more in the sport, but he doesn't know what to expect of himself at this level of a show, for one, and for two, it's his first time really presenting himself as a strongman athlete. Yes, we all know statically he is one of the strongest, if not the strongest U90 athlete on the planet right now. But how is that going to fare for him on an athletic standpoint with moving events?
Yeah, so in terms of names for tomorrow, John Hack was, because I don't necessarily follow powerlifting too closely, John Hack was one of the names that I was less familiar with, but the reaction of the other athletes when he got announced made me take notice. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he can do tomorrow. Do you think some of the specific strongman specific events, like the moving events, might...
So he is a true athlete, so I think he won't be not well in a moving event. I think it's more just the technique of everything. So like, we might see a lower number on his log than most would anticipate with his static strength, just because of the technicality of the lift compared to a bench press. I mean, it took him multiple attempts to finally get his 600-pound bench in a powerlifting meet. So he knows how to break down technique. He knows what little bits and what nuances is necessary for a maximum load, but transcribing that from bench to log might be where the issue lies. So I'm excited to see what he's capable of pulling out and doing at a show of this level, but I think a lot of people who might not know the difference in technicalities and things for the sport might expect more out of him than what he might be able to produce for us tomorrow.
I think we are getting the scores coming through now.
Everything looking good.
Okay, we have the updated score sheet. We've got Dean McVie in first place by 1 point, 63 points. Joe Daglish on 62, Tim Daglish 59, and then joint fourth we've got Kyle Scott and Tommy Chivers. So still podium hopes alive for the likes of Kyle Scott and Tommy Chivers on this last event.
It's coming, yeah, it all comes down to the last event. This is going to be really awesome. The point spread is so close at the top five that I just think if Tommy really can execute this, if that bicep doesn't give him any issues, I think we can see a podium finish out of Tommy still.
The power stairs is one of the unknown events in terms of what these athletes are capable of, because sometimes athletes are very selective about what they share on social media. There are very few that have been sharing what they've been doing on the power stairs.
And there's not very many places that you can train a true power stair. So
exactly. I've seen people improvise with kind of pallets and wooden boxes and things like that to just like one step.
The joys of the sport.
Make do.
Yep.
Do.
And that's all. I mean, there are so many tests to the level of athlete that we have. It also comes down to training. Like, if you don't have the implement or you don't have any type of setup with what you're training, what are you willing to put together for yourself for your success when you come to the show? And if you see athletes that have pallets or just janky boxes that they're loading to that might be 2 inches too high, 2 inches too low, and variables to what the true power stair that they're going to see on game day, at least they're trying. So they're putting things toward it. A lot of people in life, they don't want to make do with what they have. And I think in the sport of strongman, we all have to make do with what we have, because nothing's calibrated, nothing's standard, and it's all just kind of thrown together on game day. It's like, well, we think it's going to be a 17-inch load, but it might actually be an 18.5-inch load. You never know if we need extra mats on game day because the floor is a little softer than what we anticipated, or things like that. Little nuances in the sport that really, I think, make it exciting in comparison to other sports out there.
So in terms of tomorrow, which athletes are you particularly excited about?
Tomorrow. Well, I also already expressed my excitement just to watch John Hack compete on strongman just in general. He hasn't been sharing a whole lot. He's shared quite a few log things, so I'm just kind of excited to see how he's pieced together his training for that. I'm excited to see Tyler Young come back into the 90s and really, I think he might be trying to go for the log record, so I
Nice.
think it'll be really fun. If you follow him at all over the last couple years, he's gone for a 400-pound log as a 105 athlete, and he's missed it a couple times. And one time he almost took his arms off, and so I'm not really excited for something similar to happen. Ben, I'm really bad with last names, Benjamin, so I'm really excited for Donnan to compete up a class, essentially, because he dominated U80 so heavily last year that I'm excited to see him step up into a new weight class.
So Ben competed last weekend at an under 105 show
Didn't
in
he
the Czech
pull a
Republic.
deadlift record a few weeks prior?
He is the current under 90 kilogram deadlift world record holder,
Yeah.
How do you think it's a smart move to do a competition? Presumably the 105 competition would be heavier than tomorrow. So is it a smart insofar as tomorrow could be seen as a bit of a deload competition for him?
I mean, since he came out of such a heavier show healthy, he has not complained about any type of mishaps or injuries or sprains or strains. So for him to have successfully competed at a heavier show, it might give him more confidence to come down to this next level, even though it's not as light as what he's used to at a U80 show. It's kind of somewhere in between. He can have the confidence in knowing, he's like, I just competed heavier than this. Like, this is just going to be another day in the gym for me.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be how he competes. He doesn't
You
seem
can't
to.
see the worry on his face ever.
No.
He comes in straight up just athlete. Like, you can't tell what he's thinking, what he's feeling, if he's concerned or if he's excited, like, until he gets done with the event. Then you see the emotion come out, which is what I like about him as an athlete in general. He kind of leaves you guessing. You know, we all know he's strong, we all know he's capable, but what is he going to pull out and do on game day? Let me think here. Tomorrow.
And we've got, I think, 8 of the top 10 from the official Strongman Games under 90 kilograms competing tomorrow. And at OSG, going into the final event, there was something ridiculous, like half a point between everybody?
Yeah,
Or?
it was absolutely asinine. The U90 class last year's OSG was the most stacked class I think any weight class athlete has seen at OSG to date, especially with the point spread, like you said at the last event. Like, just finishing the stones was enough for the winner because of how small the point spread was between the top 5 or 6 athletes.
And it could well be the same tomorrow.
It's going to anybody. If you come out and you execute flawlessly, I think that is what it's going to take tomorrow, is a flawless performance.
While I'm somewhat confident in 2/3 of my predictions for today, the predictions I made for tomorrow,
Yeah.
honestly, I could have just picked
put it
names
in out of a hat for real. Like,
Yep.
that's basically what I did for my OSG predictions podcast with the fellas last year. I was like, hey, all these U90s are capable of winning the U90, so let me just put all their names into a hat. Whatever order they're in is going to be my order.
Did you pick anyone? No.
No. Because I fully believe that we're going to see the same Nick O'Hare tomorrow that we saw at 21 OSG. He was very disappointed in his 22 OSG performance. He didn't feel like he executed, and I don't feel like he executed at the level that he typically can execute. So he had a very good weight cut. He came in strong. I really think we're going to see the same Nick O'Hare that we saw in 21 OSG. So Tyler Davis has a lot to work for tomorrow to maintain top U90 if he wants to keep that top U90 spot.
I think Dan Benson is someone to look out for as well. He was tied in a 3-way tie for first place at OSG going into that final event. In terms of deadlifts, he is the only under 90 to actually break 400 kilograms off the floor. And he's another one. He is coached by Tom Hibbert. And I think his approach to competition is very analytical and very clinical as well.
Yeah, when you see him get ready for, like, watching him just get ready for the Viking Press, the first event last year, you could just tell, like, it was, this is what I need to do, then this is what I need to do, and now I'm here, and now I need to do this. Like, it was very step by step. And it's really nice when you can see such a high-level athlete physically and visibly taking care of each step of the process to succeed.
Yeah, so plenty of talent to look out for, and we've got the final event, the power stairs, coming up, and I hoped but didn't realize they were actually doing it. We are going to have face-to-face, head-to-head power stairs. This is going to look so cool when the athletes are going. What a way to finish off the competition.
And time ends when the implement is fully loaded on that top step. It's not going to be hands-off, time's done. So you get that full weight on that top step, time is it. So Brandon said you can celebrate with your hands sitting on it, whatever you want to do. You don't need to release the implement to have your timing stop. So I think we're going to see quite a few men excited that it's over, excited to get that last weight up there and really set the stamp on their position for this last event.
I think there's going to be some celebrations on top of those power stairs.
How many men do you think are going to jump down from the top?
Or, I wouldn't like to say.
My coach tells me I run like a, I can't, Pirates of the Caribbean. I can't think of his character's name, but his little run.
Oh yeah, Jack
that's
Sparrow.
Yeah, that's how I run down the power stairs. It's like, what the hell is that little Jack Sparrow run that you've got there? I'm like, I don't know. I gotta like balance myself, make sure I don't fall over. I am not graceful, and that's another reason why pandas are my spirit animal. We are graceful creatures. Fall down, roll around, clumsy as ever. At least the music's been good today. I don't even know if anybody back home can hear it, so.
I mean, I'm sure they're getting the vibe from the movements.
Actually, Luke decided to play a whole Barbie girl playlist, and, you know, since it's being released this weekend.
Yeah. That's the sort of stuff I listen to when I'm training sometimes.
Are you a Barbie girl?
In a Barbie world.
Perfect. I love it.
Is that the third karaoke reference?
All the songs.
Yeah.
We've actually had some pretty good timing today.
Yeah,
I hope everyone at home agrees.
Quick turnaround this competition.
I know the timing's not right for my friends and family back home, but hopefully you've downloaded this and you paid for it so you can watch the VOD later and really catch up and get to understand what it is about these weight class athletes and what they deserve at this level. I mean, I know in the U.S., lightweight men don't even get the opportunity to get a pro card. So you're U80, you're U90, you don't get a pro card in America.
Yeah.
So, like, even as a U64, we get the opportunity to have a pro card in America. And so it's so nice to see us showcasing these athletes how they deserve to be showcased, getting them treated like professionals on a live stream like professionals, because with or without the pro card, if you're capable of coming to this show, qualifying for this level of show, you are a professional, because
Absolutely.
You are fighting for a top spot that has a cash prize. I don't care if you've got a pro card or not, you are professional, both in the way you present yourself for the sport and how people who may not understand what the sport is about, but if they see you out here showcasing yourself the best of your abilities, you are a professional in their eyes, because they don't know the nuances of our sport and how this qualifier gets this type of event or type of pro card. They just see people coming out and lifting these heavy weights and having a good time. So that, for me, in this sport, that's the definition of a professional, coming out and showing everybody what you're made of in a professional manner, and if there's a cash prize at the end, professional.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And these athletes have been professional all day.
Yeah, there's not one athlete that I would say has showcased any type of unprofessional. Very good. Loaders aren't even picking up the weights. Gosh. They're not that heavy. Says the small, lightweight woman. Do you think we'll have any athletes not able to do all three?
I think so. I think just that last event surprised me a little bit with how few athletes finished it. So I think that is a sign that these guys are tired. So I think I'm seeing one of the athletes limping a little bit.
Not a good sight to see on a running event.
Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking that a lot of these guys are just wanting to get this one out of the way, so then they can relax. They can take stock of their performance and kind of go back to their gyms, go back to their training, and just work on any of those things that didn't quite go to plan.
I wonder if any of these athletes need to finish up their OSG qualifier. And are any of these athletes doing Europes in August?
Dan Ashcroft is doing Europes. Dean McVie is doing Europes.
It was nice to see them bring that back this year.
Yeah, so Dan is invited because he is the last Europe's Strongest Man champion that they had in 2019. Dean McVie is invited because he placed in top 10 at OSG.
Okay.
And the rest were invited via the online qualifier.
Gotcha.
And I forget the names off the top of my head, but one of those is Rich Molnar, who is one of the best deadlifters across the weight classes. He had a go at 400 kilograms as an under 90. I think it was a month or two ago. Didn't quite get it, but he's not quite back to full health. Europe's Strongest Man is going to be his first full competition back after injuring himself at Britain's Strongest Man last year. I think he tore his ACL on the final event, which was a max stone over yoke.
Oh, man.
So 160 stone. It was scary to watch.
Yeah, that's not a fun event to injure your lower half on, because then you just crumble and you have that whole weight of the stone above you.
Yeah, he's fine now. He's fighting fit, and he was. I think he told me he was back to deadlifting 300 kilograms about 6 weeks after the accident. So
nothing wrong with being strong. You
exactly.
go.
Exactly.
The stronger you are after an injury like that, or before an injury like that, going into recovery, the quicker you're going to recover, as long as you do the things that are necessary to recover properly.
Yep.
Finally getting some warm-up pulls in before we get started. They don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it.
Oh, just hearing from one of the athletes that
He is not happy with any more events of the day.
no.
6 events is hard
Six
in a
events is
one
very
day. We do
Well-
6 events in a 3-day spread at OSG.
I
So
mean, 6 events, not only in one day. The first event was 11 a.m. and we're only at 3 p.m.
Making quick work of it.
And that was with
Better
an
for
intermission
them.
as well.
Yeah. It's better to watch when things move a little bit faster, I know, on your guys' end. And we do
Okay.
appreciate you tuning in. Your tuning in helps us get more sponsors next year. It helps these men stay focused, stay determined, stay motivated for the next competition. I know it's hard when, we've basically got a full house here. Almost every seat is filled. But they don't know how many people are tuning in back home, how many people have taken the time and the money to buy this stream. So thank you so much for tuning in. It's been awesome. And we have one more event, so just hold on. Go get some more popcorn. Go pour yourself another drink. We're not done yet.
And if you're watching this and you're thinking about giving this crazy sport a go, do it. Find a gym near you and give it a go. Because this truly is a sport for anyone. And that's reflected in the amount of weight classes. There is actually, coming up later this year, a friend of mine is putting on an under 70 kilogram competition.
For the men?
For the men.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and there are, I think at last count, 11 men signed up for a weight class that gets nothing.
Right.
For 10 men to sign up, one is coming over from Ireland, so it kind of makes it Europe's strongest under 70 kilogram man. So yeah,
you don't know until you try. I mean, honestly, I was heckled for almost 3 whole years before I finally decided, what the heck? You've been bothering me for 3 years now. I might as well just come to the gym and give it a try. First time I ever deadlifted, I pulled 100 kilo. First time ever deadlifting.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is so much fun. I want to do this again and again. And now here I am almost a decade later.
almost a decade later in a different country, commentating on one of the most important shows in the British calendar for the under 80s.
It's been an awesome journey, both as an athlete and as somebody who just loves this sport and wants to see it flourish. So I'm very grateful for Ree and for Luke and the opportunity to be here today with y'all and really immerse myself deeper into the sport with more opportunity and just to spread, like you said, that the joy that this sport brings for so many different people and so many different personalities, so many different lifestyles. Like, you look at these men, they all look the same. They all look strong and ready to be here. But then you pull them aside and it's like one's a psychologist, one's a trash man, one is like a stay-at-home dad. You know, like there's no certain type of person that this sport belongs to. So we don't care who you are, where you come from. All we care about is if you made weight and if you're here to have a good time with everybody else.
Absolutely. Dean McVie is going to be getting really focused. He's going to be, this last event, if he has a good showing on this event, that seals the deal for him.
Yeah, he definitely just needs to stay tight and close with those twins.
No mistakes. And this is talking about athletes that have been able to train on the specific equipment. Dean has definitely had access to proper power stairs, proper handles, so this should be another day in the gym for Dean McVie.
And these handles are actually quite small, so they're good for the grip. They're freshly made, but they aren't so slick that they should be impossible or hard to handle. The weight should definitely be more of an issue than the grip itself, even with another grip event already done for the day.
So yeah, we just heard there we are less than 5 minutes away from this final event.
Figuring out who is crowned as Britain's strongest U80. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, everybody, since we're getting ready to get started, I want you to take a piece of paper and I want you to write down who you think is going to win this event, and then I want you to write down underneath that name who you think is going to win the overall, the whole event. Take a picture of it. Send it to me later. I want to know who's going to be closest. I might...
Hashtag BSMU80.
I like it. Yeah, let's share it. Let's get some more eyes on what's going on here, because the more eyes we have here, the bigger the next year is going to be and the bigger the next year is going to be. So we just need to keep pushing it and getting people involved and telling your friends and maybe having a watch party next time. Like, I know when I did Clash on the Coast and I did the American deadlift record, they did the T-shirts with the athletes like we did for this round for the Chaos Classic and everything. But then my parents had a watch party. Like, everyone had their T-shirts on, and my parents sent me a selfie. There was like 8 people at their house with ESPN2 on the TV, and it was really cool. So, you know, people have watch parties when The Bachelorette comes on. So we can definitely have watch parties for some strongman competitions.
Absolutely, and tomorrow is the first Chaos Classic Invitational. I'm sure it won't be the last, so hopefully this weekend becomes a fixture in the strongman calendar.
I would love to see that. I want to come back next year, so give me a reason to come back next year. I was told I get first choice at commentating if it goes well, so. You too, I think. She said the 3 of us get first dibs.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, so now go tell your friends. Tune in tomorrow. Do it. Peer pressure.
2-minute warning.
2 minutes. So yeah, I've said before, this competition kind of reminds me of the tagline to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Who will survive and what will be left of them? We've got athletes limping, we've got knees shot, we've got biceps taped up.
Yeah, if anybody walks away from this after this event feeling great still, I'm going to give them a hug. Proud of you. You did well today. And then I'm going to definitely hug all the broken athletes and say the same thing because they're broken. You don't break down somebody who's already broken. Just like, they're there. No. Grab them up and you tell them, good job. So you better be messaging the people you're watching, letting them know what you saw, how they did, and what you thought of it. Unless it's mean, don't say it. We like the golden rule around here.
So just making final preparations on the floor to make sure none of the mats slip. So when you get one of the handles up to the third step, you're skipping down like Jack Sparrow. You're not stepping down.
Nope, I guess I stick my arms up and I do the whole, I don't even know, drunken pirate thing.
Is that tactical? Or?
I guess. It's not, I'm not doing it purposefully. I'm a drunken pirate, sober 5 years.
So I think our first head-to-head is going to be Adam Romney and Andrew Nicholson.
Are they doing a head-to-head for the first, or are they doing a single?
No, I think I might have read that wrong. I think we've got someone going alone. We are getting ready.
All right. Our athletes are stepping up. Do you think somebody dropped?
Maybe someone dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay. Adam Romney and Andrew Nicholson.
Not real sure. I guess we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that one. Because I surely wouldn't want the two top to have to go one alone, right?
You can see Adam's limping. He's had a very tough competition.
He's proven himself worthy of being
first
here
showing.
for sure. Yeah.
First showing at Britain's Strongest Man.
Beautiful. There we
Here
go.
he goes.
Beautiful.
Up nearly one step. Andrew Nicholson
Beautiful
going well.
technique
all the
over
way
there. Yeah.
Adam is pouring every ounce of himself into this, but
And
that
he
knee
is
is just
done,
not allowing
yeah.
him. So Andrew Nicholson.
He loaded one implement, so he still gets points. Did not zero. But he's going to limp off the field. You think he's got a torn hamstring?
Possibly. Yeah, hamstring looks like it's been wrapped up.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew Nicholson on this last implement.
He's got a beautiful loading technique.
Is he going to do it? First man up.
There
is he going to finish?
is, up and finish.
Oh, but it's on. He gets given it.
Woo!
Okay, so that shows it can be done. Hopefully this will be a different story to that yoke into sandbag. Hopefully we will
And he's
see.
going to limp right off.
Yeah, Adam Romney being helped off the field.
Last event. Woo! You got to keep these athletes inspired. You know, what a better way to do that than to yell at them?
Absolutely. we all respond positively to being yelled at. Okay, we've got Liam McConville and Luke Phillips.
We need some fork trucks over here in lane 1, please. Thank you.
At Giants Live, they have slides. Slides that go over the steps, and they just slide the.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Where the heck are your slides at, Luke?
Maybe that's for next year.
I'll tell him he's an amateur. Who do you think you are?
Both athletes seem to have really long legs. That could be an advantage in this event.
Typically, height is an advantage in a power stairs event. I will speak from experience as someone who is not tall.
And we're off.
Both moving very quickly with that first implement. No issues
Good
from either
first
man.
Load from Liam.
Beautiful.
Liam moving well, making sure the implement's on.
Both making quick work with that first implement.
That's it. Luke Phillips just shoving it on. One step for Liam on this second implement.
You do not want to drop an implement after you've already loaded it. So securing that implement at the top is key.
That's it. Last
He
implement for
is
Liam.
gassed.
Right, we want to see everybody finishing this, so come on, Luke.
So good.
Liam feeling the pain now.
Mustering every ounce and energy to push that implement onto the stair.
This is 170 kilos.
Just a fair warning to the folks at home, metal does not slide against raw wood well. So trying to push these implements onto the stairs is probably not going to work the greatest.
That's our first celebration on top of the power stairs from Liam McConville, the world's strongest zookeeper.
I love it.
Definitely worth a follow on Instagram. He regularly posts videos of baby giraffes.
Let me just grab my phone and follow him now.
Panda's on it.
I'm a panda. Maybe he'll share videos of me. Help me. Best news is my bag should be getting delivered within the next hour. It's been a great trip.
How long without luggage?
Tuesday.
Since Tuesday. And we're on Saturday. It's a long time.
I am fully kitted in chaos attire now, though, so maybe it was on purpose.
Sponsored athlete. Okay, we've got Finley Mercer. He's going up against Tyrone Jones. Now, Finley rushed the run back from the yoke to get that first sandbag. I wonder if he's going to take this a bit more deliberately. Because this is not one that you want to make a mistake on.
True that.
Tyrone straight up, not dropping before that first step.
Not even sending it down. That was awesome. He is showing some strength with this first implement.
Might be Tyrone's event. Is he going to do it? He's not going to do it this way. Drop and reset, yeah.
Very quick. He is definitely showcasing very well here.
Definitely. For coming over from powerlifting, given another year or so in the sport.
Do we know how old Finley is?
I think he's young. I'd say early 20s. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this event, not just this event, but this whole show is going to be great experience for him. He has such good trajectory to be great in the sport. He is fast. He is already so strong. He just needs more experience and more understanding of what's being asked of him on this comp floor.
He has got such a strong foundation to build upon.
I definitely see him at the top in the next couple years if he continues in the path that he's on. Can push off the old guard of the U80s with a new guard.
Well, I know that Chaos are putting on weight class masters shows. So I'm hoping that, because I'm not far off Masters myself, I'm hoping that weight class Masters becomes more of a thing.
Yeah, that would be nice. Like, I know now that they officially have the 2 classes in OSG, the 40 plus and the 50 plus. It would be nice if the classes eventually went like over under like 180, like U90 or something.
Yeah.
So that way you could at least split it a little bit more. But I know Lynn doesn't really want to do too many classes for OSG, so the more classes, the more things that you have to worry about. So
Okay, Matt Neese, Andrew Keys, they started off head-to-heads. They're finishing off head-to-heads. Matt's knee is not in a good way. He's already said that, so we'll see what happens with that. Andrew Keys looking fired up.
already moving quickly.
Moving quick in spite of that knee.
Sometimes you just forget what's happening once that whistle blows.
Worry about the pain after.
Until you start moving back down. I think they are basically in sync right now.
Yeah.
In sync still. I wonder if we're going to get a back street here soon now. Terrible joke. Don't mind me.
This is a good time from Andrew Keys.
All
Andrew
right.
Keys wearing Olympic
the last
lifting
few
shoes
steps.
on this.
Are they going to finish?
This is tough.
170 kilo.
They're going to want to both finish it. They're going to want to finish it together. Who's going to do it?
Oh,
That's
no.
Matt Knee.
Woo!
There he is.
There it is.
Matt wants it. Oh.
We did get a celebratory finish at the top. That just takes every last bit of energy that you have just to finish this event. I don't even want to think about picking 170 kilo, let alone multiple times.
Walking it and lifting it up 16-inch steps.
Yeah. Not really my cup of tea.
So that's 2 athletes we've had helped off after the power stairs. Just goes to show what a demanding day this has been.
Demanding both in weight and in speed. Hardly any time to recover between events. Just enough time to get a little bit more food in you and start warming up for the next one.
Exactly. We've got Kyle Scott versus Connor Cowens.
I think we got 2 more finishers here.
I should think so.
The care these loaders and spotters have put into every implement between every reset has been chef's kiss. Already
Strong start
moving.
from
Woo-wee!
Kyle likes this event.
Yeah,
Wow.
he does. That's amazing. He is just
That's it. That's a quick walk.
speed. The long legs
Absolutely.
are
Deliberate
perfect.
loads. This
Yeah.
could be, I think we're looking at a new leader.
I think you are right. No mistakes here, and he is definitely in the lead. That is our new winner right there, ladies and
Amazing.
gentlemen.
Well done.
Unofficial, but I believe he's our new leader for this event. He had no mistakes, moved very fast, very concise.
And
That
he's
was a
doing what
perfect-
all good strongman athletes do, cheering on his competitor, willing Connor Cowens on to finish off this event.
Woo!
That's what we want.
Another finish. Beautiful. I called it, and then, yeah, I know a thing or two about a thing or two sometimes. 30.02 seconds. That is lightning fast
That
at
is going
this
to be
weight.
a very tough time to beat.
That was amazing.
just waiting for these to get reset.
This is the worst event to reset.
Yeah.
I remember having to reset this event a few years ago, and it was heavyweight men. I tore so bad by like this 8th or 9th man having to like pick their weights down. It's an event that looks awesome, but is not awesome to set up. And these loaders and spotters have been going just as long as the athletes, but lifting way more weight, way more repetitions, and they're almost done. I can imagine they're probably not looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. Every single event, 10 to 20 kilograms heavier. So the loaders will be relaxing, Epsom salt baths.
Whatever other recovery modalities they deem necessary. Maybe a few drinks.
So we've got Tim Daglish against Tommy Chivers. Tommy Chivers needs a strong showing in this.
If Tommy beats him, I think, depending on where he is in time, that could give him that podium position he's looking for.
This needs to be quick.
No mistakes.
That's it. That was it. Oh.
Beautiful.
Tim fumbled that first load.
Tommy looking strong.
Tommy looking deliberate, making sure every movement isn't wasted. This
looking
could be a quick
really
time
good.
for Tommy. This could be a really quick time.
Tommy not even looking like that weight is getting heavier. Beautiful.
Amazing stuff from Tommy. Well done. Okay,
wonderful
now we've got
finish.
Tim is going to finish.
He's definitely going to finish. Beautiful. Hope the camera didn't catch that one. Woo.
Okay. And now
I
we've
need
got
an
the
official
final
time on that.
heat.
Tommy
the
did
final
well.
head-to-head. Joe Daglish versus Dean McVie.
Will Dean keep his top spot? I think Tommy got second then unofficially in the event.
So Kyle and Tommy were tied.
They tied. Oh, yeah.
So that's very interesting for the final scores.
Yeah.
I think that might keep Tommy off the podium. I think that might keep Tommy off the
Oh,
podium.
for sure,
Yeah.
because he came second to him so far, I think, unofficially.
Okay.
I guess it kind of just depends on where this Daglish brother ends up.
Yeah.
Because Kyle and Tommy could both bump up and they could both bump down. The points are so close. And if Dean isn't capable of going faster than 30,
Dean is fired up.
he is ready. This is it. Last heat. Oh, yeah.
That's it. Strong from both. Neck and neck. Neck
I
and
love
neck.
it.
This is a race.
Oh, no.
Little fumble from Joe. Strong from Dean on the
feels
second
the importance.
load.
He can feel it. So
He wants this. Dean wants this. He knows it's within his reach. He just needs a clean run up these 3 steps.
this is where you just get intentional. Make sure no mistakes are
No
happening.
mistakes.
Oh, no. There it is. Yeah.
Joe Daglish still going.
And no issues getting that last implement up on top. Of course
And
not.
there we have it.
Oh, the final hug.
That's what makes this sport so amazing.
Sorry if we're bouncing around right now, folks.
Head to head, competing for the top spot. Still giving each other a hug after that final event.
What a showcasing this total event has been for these men. They deserve so much for this sport, and this show is proof they are capable of coming out, lifting these heavy weights they need more opportunities. So very thankful for these days.
Incredible stuff. You can see how much that meant to Dean as well.
I'm ready to see some official scoring.
We are going to get some official scores soon. We will find out your final standings for the 2023 Britain's Strongest Man under 80 kilograms. Day 1 of an incredible doubleheader.
Of the Strongman Classic.
Chaos Classic. Dean getting emotional behind us. That's it. When you've been so switched on for every event and given your all,
When you know you're finally done, it just is just a
just all comes out.
tidal wave of emotions. You're happy. You're exhausted. You're angry because maybe you messed up an event, but you're still where you want to be, so you're really happy. It's so difficult to just go through all those emotions after spending so much energy on the competition floor all afternoon.
And we do it all again tomorrow.
Be sure to tune in.
We feel the highs, the lows. So it was Dan Ashcroft that pulled out of that final event. I think those last few, like he's been plagued with various injuries over the past year or so, and you can see it if you follow him on social media. Some weeks his training will be flying, and other weeks he'll barely be able to deadlift 100 kilos.
And unfortunately, that's how injuries go. We never know what our body's going to want to give us any day of the week. You know, you could go to the gym on a full night's rest, a full day of eating the right calories and the right macro portions, and you show up and your body's like, I don't really feel like doing it today, so it's not gonna. And then there could be days where you get no sleep, you've only been able to maybe drink a protein shake for the day, been too busy, and you show up to the gym and you may hit a PB. You never know. And
that's why when you see me pick up 120 kilogram farmer's handles, that's why it looks so slow, because my body just said no that day.
hey, you know what? I'll take it. Take your word for it. I don't know. That's me when I've missed my 500-pound deadlift twice now at this point.
So I competed at England's Strongest Man, the qualifying event for this competition. I finished just outside qualification, and honestly, seeing what the guys have gone through today, I'm pretty happy that I finished outside of qualification.
You don't want to be out there today? You're very happy back here?
Maybe next year. We'll see.
I like that mentality. Maybe next year. That's how I was with Lynn. I helped out at the 2018 OSG, and then the next year I was like, I want to do this one day. He's like, why didn't you do it this year? And I'm like, I might have been able to qualify, because at that time there weren't that many women who tried to qualify online, but it's like, I maybe would have zeroed like all of the events.
That's so. Speaking about the online qualifiers, the numbers that are being submitted or will be submitted before the deadline, particularly for the under 80 kilogram class, are going to be wild. I'm entering it myself just because.
Well, yeah.
But I'm under no illusions that I'll qualify, because 2 rep max deadlift, you're going to be looking at, in the under 80 kilogram class alone, you're going to be looking at 280, 290 kilograms minimum.
Right.
To make the top 10. So, yeah, the caliber of athlete. And going back to Britain's Strongest Man 2021, a world record was pulled there. A world record under 80 kilogram deadlift was pulled there 2 years ago. It was 336 kilograms, and now it's 360.
I think something like that, which is only like 20, which only doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. 20 kilo difference, 23 kilo difference from the U90 world record, which is like 385, 387
Crazy.
or something like that. So
Crazy.
10 kilo weight difference, and they're all pretty neck and neck. I mean, that's why we see a mixture for the tomorrow's show between a couple U80 competitors like CJ Kraus and Ben Donen coming up to the U90 class, and they've got some 105s dropping down, you know, so it's kind of a give and take what we're going to see tomorrow, and I'm real excited about it.
So it is kind of world's strongest man.
We've got the
for the weight
scores.
classes. Okay, we have got the final scores. On the podium, third place, Tim Daglish with 70 points. Second place, Joe Daglish with 74 points. And taking the win, Dean McVie, 77 points. Incredible effort.
That is amazing.
Incredible effort.
He came in, he said he was going to win, and guess what? He done did it.
My prediction. My prediction was Tommy Chivers third. He wasn't a million miles off. Joe Daglish second and Dean McVie first.
Well,
So not too far off. I do kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes.
yeah. It's nice that they proved you right-ish,
Yeah.
you know? Like, they come out and they're like, they saw your prediction. They knew what it was. And they were like, we're going to give him that. No.
I don't know how close my prediction for tomorrow will be.
I have no
We'll find
idea. I would love to say for certain this is what your podium's going to look like tomorrow, but we don't know who's going to show up tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It's going to be amazing.
So yeah, we're going to have the trophy ceremony for these guys. But
And
I mean,
you
it
guys
was
are
looking at the table. It was a tremendous effort from everyone. As I say, Adam Rumney, his second ever strongman competition. He came last this year, but give him a year, and you know he'll be further up the table. I know Dan Ashcroft won't be particularly thrilled with his performance today, but he did everything that he could do. And let's not forget that he got that 135 kilogram log at the start of the competition.
Yeah. And he still finished, just shy of mid of the pack and didn't even do the last event.
Kyle Scott finishing fourth. He told me, he asked me before the competition whether I saw him in the top 10. I said, yeah, I can see you in the top 10. And he said his dream position was 8th.
Well, he halved that.
So yeah,
Look
to
at
come
him.
fourth, he's going to be incredibly pleased.
I think that's going to make him even hungrier for the next show because he did better than he anticipated.
Absolutely. He's another one. He's so young as well. He's 22, I believe. So got a long future ahead of him in this sport.
Just got to keep it up.
That's it. That's it.
Longevity is really the best answer in this sport. Like, we're going to have the few outliers every year that maybe are a crossover athlete like John Hack who come across and really showcase themselves well and come in this crazy top placing in a show. But then in the next show, since they don't have the experience and the longevity in the sport, they may fumble something. They may not execute something as well as what we might predict because they don't have that longevity or the experience. So to really do, Evan Singleton is a really good, I think, person to visualize longevity and the importance of it in the sport. That man has been working for a World's Strongest Man title for so long.
Yeah.
And he hasn't gotten it yet, but he did win the Strongman Classic, was it 2 weeks ago? And put himself in a very good position against the same men that he's going to see at WSM. And I think, if not this year, next year is definitely going to be it for him if he is able to stay healthy and keep moving. It's that longevity
Yeah.
that is key.
I can definitely see that happening. Definitely.
I'm really excited that everyone gets to see these trophies. They are massive.
They are trophies worth fighting for. Absolutely. Absolutely. You might need a big shelf to house it.
Or just keep it on the floor. I don't know if there's a shelf capable of holding this trophy for first place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you got something that's anchored to the wall with steel. I picked it up, but it's pretty hefty.
I'm looking forward to seeing who gets the belt tomorrow. The belt looks... You tried the
I
belt
tried-
on,
yeah, I
haven't you?
did. I'm real bad about that. If you go to my Instagram, it's got some candid shots with the belt for tomorrow's winner. I was just telling them I wanted to warm it for them. Make sure it's nice and snug. My waist is a little more dainty compared to theirs, so just got to make sure it fits. Take it for a spin.
It's a very, very impressive looking belt. I don't think we get belts awarded as top prizes too often over here.
No, that is kind of because it's more of a wrestler type thing. So yeah, I know like nationals with USS over in America. Typically, there's a belt. I think Pro Women's Worlds over in America typically has a belt. But yeah, these one-off like single weight class shows typically have belts. I won a belt last year in the Holiday Highlander. It's a fundraising show. It's got a Highland, a strongman, and then the Highlander, which is a blend of both Highland and strongman, and that's the one that I did. And I got a big old leather belt. They're a lot of fun. And there's the scores.
Yeah, I think most of the guys outside of the top 5 are going to be fairly happy with where they placed. I think even though they're outside the top 5, they all put in solid performances on individual events. They just need to work on that consistency, and that's what wins competitions, isn't it?
I truly don't think there's anybody here that should be disappointed in the show that they put on for themselves today. They just need to take away what they need to work on. Maybe slow down a little bit, maybe get a little bit more decisive beforehand and try not to rush things. But a very good showing for everybody that came out today, even if they aren't where they want to be. Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side. Why else would you cross a road?
How do you defend yourself if you're attacked by a pack of savage clowns?
How?
You go for the juggler.
Insane clown pussy! Oh, man.
That's about the only joke I can remember.
Most of the jokes I can remember are not live stream appropriate. So I just have to pretend like I have jokes on hand.
But what is no joke is the performance of all 15 of these men today.
I know. I seen how many men were limping and just completely exhausted before going into the Power Stair event, and then watching all of their performances just now, you would not imagine that any of them were limping before they walked over to the implement and starting that event.
No, I suppose they could. They're waiting until now to feel the pain.
Feel the pain, become one with the pain, use the pain as motivation to be better for next time. The stage is set for the podium. Not quite sure how much longer we have until we announce and the king is crowned.
Dean McVie is probably looking for his Scottish flag. He's proud ex-military, so he'll be putting his beret on.
Always. All right. They're rounding up the medals for the rest, so I think they're going to do 10 to top. So we'll start off with, or 15 to top, sorry. Maybe. But definitely 10. All
so
right.
if you're still watching at home, make sure you give a round of applause to every single athlete when they get called out.
Take some screenshots, share everything, tag ADL, tag Chaos Promotions, tag all your sponsors.
Are we excited to see who is the next British Strongest Man nominee?
That wasn't very thrilling for the audience. Think they're as exhausted as the men?
Quite possibly. They've been very vocal all day.
All day. Making sure everybody is motivated and excited to put on their best performance. All right. I think Rhiannon's about ready to start
Yeah, Rhiannon and Luke must be so thrilled with how today's gone.
It's been quite a stressful week for her, getting all the finishing touches and making sure that everything is ready for these athletes, because that's the best part of having somebody of her level and of an athlete in this sport and still being immersed in the sport as deeply as she is, putting on these types of shows, because she understands exactly what athletes at this level require and what they desire in a competition of this caliber, of this level. So
yeah, speaking as an athlete that has done quite a few competitions hosted by Chaos, it's all appreciated. All the little touches, all the little bits of effort. They go the extra mile to make everyone competing feel like an athlete, because at the end of the day they are.
yeah, Joe Schmo from anywhere could run a competition, but I feel like it truly takes somebody who understands where and what the sport is all about at this time to put on a proper show for this level of athlete. So, yep, they're starting from the bottom, from 15 all the way through to first.
In 11th place, with 32 points, Anne Armstrong. Now going into our top 10. In 10th place with 34.5 points.
Hopefully you all can hear our MC announcing, so that way we don't have to kind of let you know who all is coming up right now.
In 9th place with 42.5 points is Finley Mercer. In 8th place with 43 points, Matt News. In 7th place with 49.5 points, Andrew Keys. In 6th place with 54.5 points, Connor Collins. Now going to our top 5, and in 5th place with 64.5 points, Tommy Shivers. In 4th place with 66.5 points, Kyle Scott. Now for our top 3. In 3rd place with 70 points is Tim Daly. In 2nd place with 74 points, it's Joe Daly. And our winner, and new Britain's strongest man, underage 2023 with 77 points, let's hear it for our athletes.
What a beautiful podium.
And just the size of that trophy.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's massive.
Right.
It's going to take a whole, situation to put that on a wall somewhere. Well deserved, well deserved.
Let's see it, guys. Come on, make some noise. These are amazing athletes.
And you could hear when his name got called. He's definitely one of the crowd favourites.
It's a tough day for all these men. I bet you they're more than just happy to have it over with at this point.
Right, just before we wrap this up, massive thank you to everybody that's come and supported these guys today. Our heart and soul into this class, into making them better and better every single year. We couldn't do without your support, so thank you all. See you next year. Cheers, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you all again for tuning in. The live stream, even though you're not here, we can't see your excitement. We can't feel anything that your vibes or anything like that. But the athletes, it means so much to them that you had tuned in or you bought this and you'll watch this later. Every bit of support matters, whether you're at home, whether you're here, whether you become a sponsor for the show. The sport can't grow without you. So thank you so much for tuning in.
Absolutely, and we will see you tomorrow for the first ever Chaos Classic Invitational under 90 kilogram.
It's going to be awesome. Like the Wild Wild West, man. I am so excited for it. The caliber of every single athlete that is going to be here tomorrow is just astronomical.
So yeah, thank you for joining us, and we will be back again tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want to listen to us chat again, tune in. And the times are posted on the Chaos Productions Instagram page if you're not 100% certain
Global times, yeah.
with your other time zones and things like that. So same time as today. Better see ya. Thank you so much.